Good morning, members, and welcome to this meeting of full council, the last one of 2024, hopefully. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded, and the recording will be made available on the council website for public listening. Could I remind councillors to follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting microphones and switching off your video when you are not addressing the meeting, writing S or speak in the Teams chat function when you want to contribute rather than raising your hand. If you're in the hall, you can do this on your iPhone or iPad. Those in the room without access to Microsoft Teams chat, if you wish to speak, please catch the attention of Nick Evans, who will enter into the chat. Please don't repeat contributions already made by other members. No material should be posted in the chat function if it is intended as part of the discussion. The usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by roll call. If any member has to leave the meeting, please either leave the Teams meeting for that period of time or write leave in the Teams chat function and then join when you rejoin the meeting so we can keep track on whether the meeting is quorate. All members should speak clearly and directly into the microphone when making contributions, and when referring to reports, please provide reference to the relevant page and paragraph to allow everyone to follow. Please focus contributions on areas where clarification is required or to propose an alternative to a recommendation. Members may notice when calling members to speak, I will refer to them formally using their title as councillor, so it is clear who are councillors and who, by process of elimination, are the officers. We have scheduled a break for lunch around 1 p.m, which will be assessed as we proceed through the agenda. I intend calling regular comfort breaks throughout the agenda. Given the large number of items we have on the agenda today, I would seek members' cooperation in asking a question, waiting for an answer, and confirming if they are happy with the response without introducing supplementary questions. This will allow us to move in an efficient manner. Before we move to the start of the agenda, we have some excellent achievements to celebrate. On Thursday, 28th November, young people, invited guests and organisations from across the region gathered in Easterbrook Hall in Dumfries to take part in the annual DG Youth Awards, which aims to celebrate the achievements and talents of young people from across Dumfries and Galloway. The 6th annual awards were fully funded by the National Lottery and the Young Game Changers Fund. The audience then heard the inspirational stories of the 24 young finalists who were shortlisted from just over 200 nominations, with the final category winners announced on the night. Congratulations to Josh Parker from Wigtonshire, who was voted overall Young Person of the Year 2024. Katie Watson, Research Officer in the Business Intelligence team within the Governance and Human Resources, recently won the Young Thinker of the Year award at the Young Scotland programme. This is an international initiative for developing talent in the workplace and community. The programme was attended by 21 delegates from a range of organisations across Scotland. Katie led the field of young talent and secured the award of Young Thinker of the Year. She is a real advocate for her region, and it's great to see her talent recognised by others. One to watch for the future. Well done, Katie. Dumfries and Galloway's DFN Project Search East site, that stands for David Forbes Nixon Family site, which is a programme which supports young people with learning disabilities and autism spectrum conditions in gaining meaningful employment, was recently celebrated at the DFN Project Search Annual Awards Gala in Leicester for achieving a remarkable 77% positive employment outcome rate for the 2022-23 academic year. This is the highest ever for the site. This success highlights the dedication of the young interns and the effective collaboration between Dumfries and Galloway Council's Employability and Skills Service, Dumfries and Galloway College and local employers. Very well done, and congratulations to all concerned. Thank you. I'll now move on to the tabled agenda for today. Item 1. Sediment apologies and Chair's approval of members' remote participation. So I approve remote participation. Vlad, can you provide the sediment and any apologies, please?
Good morning, members. I can confirm we have received one apology, and that's from Councillor Hill. We have 32 members present in the hall, and we have 10 members present on the Teams platform.
Thank you, Vlad. Item 2, declarations of interest. Do any members have a declaration of interest or statement of a connection they wish to make? Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Convener. Yeah, it's a statement of connection really in regards to my national position as COSLA Resources spokesperson. So there's a connection there in terms of item 5 and our budget setting, and a connection also in terms of item 13 with the employer's national insurance. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor John Campbell.
Thank you, Convener. Yeah, statement of connection on item 4. Particularly round about the public transport, active travel, being a member of the Westrans, it's in the report.
Thank you. Councillor Archie Dryborough.
Thanks, Convener. It's just to say that there is one more congratulations to say, and I've not got any thing to say other than well done to the building services group in the council for winning the APSIS Building Cleaning Award for the most improved service in the whole of the UK. So I thought it'd be good just to make sure that you gave them the recognition as well.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Archie. It would have been remiss of you not to point that out. Councillor Pauline Drysdale.
Morning, members. Thanks, Convener. Just to declare an interest in item number 7, as I have a business that requires licensing, so I'll remain in the meeting, but I won't be partaking in the debate. Thank you.
Councillor Wood.
Once again, item 4, I'm a board member of Westrans.
Thank you. Is there any further connections or declarations of interest? No. So now, oh, sorry. Councillor Debster.
Morning, Convener. It's a statement of connection. I too am a board member of Westrans, so that will be in relation to agenda item 4.
Councillor Scobie.
Ditto, Chair.
Councillor Walters.
Yes, I'm stating with connection for me as well.
Thank you. I think that's us done with that. So item 3, minutes of meeting of 3rd of October. Can we approve the minute of the meeting held on 3rd of October?
Happy to approve.
Thank you. So we'll now move on to item 4, which is the Dumfries and Galloway Local Development Plan 3, evidence report. The report is approved by Executive Director Economy and Infrastructure. Before moving to the detail of the report, given its subject matter, can we first agree to remove delegation from Economy and Infrastructure Committee so that we may discuss it? Agreed. Thank you. Members are asked to consider the evidence report, the first stage in preparing Local Development Plan 3, and agree that it can be submitted to Scottish Ministers for the gate check. David Sutty, the Planning and Development Manager, is available on Teams with other officers from the Local Development Plan team to assist members with any questions on this report. Can I have any questions and contributions? Councillor Hislop.
Chair, it's just a process question. At this stage, are members still able to feed in stuff through further stages to actually look at policies? Because, well, through structure plans, NISTAL local plans, LDP 1, 2, etc., now 3, we usually come to a place where, oh well, if you'd done that the previous time, yes, we could include it, but we can't now. Can we have a reassurance that if there's something we want to change or add in at future dates, we can still do that?
Thank you, Councillor Hislop. David, can you help us with that?
Good morning, Convener. Good morning, members. Absolutely. This is the start of the journey. Basically, this is a new stage which has been introduced by the 2019 Act, which means that we have to go through the evidence check, the gate check first, before we can move to the proposed plan. So this is it's a very high level document at this stage, yet also at the same time it's quite detailed, as you have seen by the length of the report. It's factual, it's procedural, and by definition, I'm afraid, a little bit dull. The bit that the members generally are interested in is when you get to the proposed plan stage, which is where you look at the detailed policies that we need locally together with the actual sites. So it's that stage that we'll be moving into next year, but we can't get to that stage until we've gone through the gate check, which, as I say, is a completely new process.
Thank you. Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, again, a process issue. I'm looking at 4.4 on page 34. And again, recognising that we are in a housing emergency crisis situation in Dumfries and Galloway, as we have declared. And it's really to look at, because it talks about flexibility to planning authorities. And it's to look at, I know this is talking about LDP 3, but how we approach planning in the current situation of the crisis, the housing crisis, the emergency situation. I'm quite happy to take this through the Business Bureau and get the advice there that we should be looking at the current planning authority regulations to see how we can be flexible in the approach to bring properties back into use in planning. But I'm happy to take it through the Business Bureau, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. I don't necessarily think that's really a question for this particular item at the moment. Councillor Dorward.
Thank you, Convener. Good morning, members. Regarding the evidence report, just say thank you for this impressive, interesting and immense tome, which is really good reading. But I note, this is really sad, isn't it? I know the term depopulation is used 7 times and rural 230 times throughout the document, which is good to see, as it arguably affects where we are as a region. However, can I make a suggestion about this, that perhaps from a more proactive and strategic perspective, Council also considers using the term repopulation as opposed to depopulation, because depopulation is rather negative, although it is a reality, but perhaps we need to look at repopulation as well, and looks at developing a rural and repopulation strategy which threads across each directorate in the Council, and also addresses how we repopulate the region. So I think if we keep focusing on depopulation, it's kind of a negative perspective for the region, whereas repopulation is much more positive, and means we're up for business and actually ambitious to do something about it. So if we have that, and we're trying to address how we repopulate the region, we're looking to maximise economic growth, improve our infrastructure and revitalise our region. So I think that might be something to take on board moving forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Words do matter. David, is there an opportunity to change these things?
Indeed, I mean, there is, I should probably make clear as well that because the development plan now comprises of 2 elements, there's the National Planning Framework, currently National Planning Framework 4, or NPF 4, which is the Scottish Government document. And that does actually look at depopulation and also looks at repopulation. So those policies will be retained. We're really looking here at what are our own specific policies. As part of the housing need and demand assessment that was done, that was quite ambitious about the level of population growth that we're looking, the new housing that we're looking to bring in. And that's actually already been through the Scottish Government and got robust and credible status. But again, the exact wording that we can use at the proposed plan, we're quite happy to look at that. I should probably add as well at this stage that just to make clear how we're wanting to take the next stage forward, we did have a seminar with members back in September, and we specifically asked at that time how members wished to engage with the proposed plan stage, but we didn't actually get any feedback at that time. So what we propose to work on the actual detail at the next stage would be cross-party working groups to discuss policy topic areas in more detail, and working groups as opposed to seminars, because we think that gives more of an opportunity for discussion. We'd then look at ward-based sessions to discuss site allocations and settlement statements. Basically, that's the sort of thing we carry out throughout the year, both the sessions and the working groups, and would have a timetable for that to follow. Hopefully that gives a bit more assurance for members.
Thank you. I think it is, as Councillor Dorward pointed out, the LDP is an important part of or should be an important part of our growth strategy for the region. Councillor John Campbell.
Thanks, Convener. Yeah, in the actual report itself, particularly under sustainable transport, on page 129, you've got rail, and it says here the region is served by 2 railway lines. Now, my understanding is we have 3 railway lines going through the region. We've got one that serves Lockerbie, for example, and possibly future stations like Beatic. So I'm just wondering why it's been omitted from the evidence report, and can it be included before it's been submitted to the Scottish Parliament? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a good point, Councillor Campbell. David?
Yes, happy to include. As set out in recommendation 2.3, we are seeking the ability to update and amend things. Sorry, that should actually read the Head of Economy and Environment, to give Steve his current title. Inevitably, with this length of report, we were working right up to the wire to get all the Schedule 3s at the end. So yes, I've spotted a number of typos and issues that we need to sort out. So very happy to include that to be 3 instead of 2.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson?
Thanks, Convener. Yep, so it's just under the, I think one of the questions I wanted to ask about this was around developer contributions, OP3, and how we go about doing that. It's maybe not the right time to do it now, but I was looking at page 61 in our papers, or 21 of the LDP report, on placemaking, design quality, and then local living, all of which I think are things to be taken into the round going forward. And then on the actual, the documents setting out the template, I couldn't see anything there that actually articulated things like health centre provision, for example. So it talks, it gives a list of various things like biodiversity, population, air quality, water, soil, material assets, etc., and village halls and things like that. But obviously, if you're living locally and designing well, I was just sort of wondering, because we always ask questions in planning, usually about what mechanism is there to ensure that some developer contributions can go towards the likes of a health facility or something like that. So it's really just to see where best, or when best, and where best to have that included in this document. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, David.
Thank you, Convener. At the moment, we have supplementary guidance to LDP2 on what's called policy OP3, which is the developer contributions policy, and that does set out what's required and when. We cannot, as part of the next LDP, actually have any supplementary guidance. So if we want to have anything which is currently supplementary guidance, it would have to be included in the plan or made what's called planning guidance, which doesn't have the same weight. So that's something which we need to make a decision on at the proposed plan stage. Which bits do we want to include in the plan? Which bits will we accept as just being planning guidance? And as I mentioned earlier, really the workshops, I think, are probably the appropriate time for the proposed plan to discuss all those things. And that's the stage I think I would recommend that we bring in that element.
Thank you, David. Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, thanks. No, appreciate that. We'll come back to that later. I think it was more just in terms of the template, where we're looking at those various elements about what makes up the characteristics of a site. I did wonder if there was anything there that actually even mentions or references, health service provision in that, and if not, is that something we could include just in terms of local living? Thank you.
Thank you. I see Steve Rogers has popped up on the screen. Steve, do you want to contribute to this part?
Sorry, Convener, I didn't mean to startle you. It was really just to add to what David was saying there in terms of developer contributions. So on page 55 of the document, there is a specific recognition that we do need to review developer contributions, the mechanism itself, and also the scope of it, the extent to which it applies to different facilities and different requirements. So there is a clear signal in the document that we propose to submit to Scottish Government that we will be reviewing the approach to developer contributions. Thanks, Convener.
Yeah, no, thanks. I appreciate that, and I do appreciate the mention. I just think in the pro forma template, there's no reference to that at all. So I'm just thinking, would it be sensible to put that in now, as we embark on this part of the journey, just to at least have an understanding when we're appraising our sites, if there is a potential accessibility to health service provision at this stage, and then obviously take that forward as we get the information back from the surveys, as it were. Thank you.
Thank you. Can that be added to the templates? Steve or David?
Convener, I'd draw members' attention to page 200 because that does actually specifically mention. You've got there the issues about health and social care providers are actually mentioned. So yes, we can emphasise that a little more if that helps.
Councillor Thompson, have you? They're all busy shuffling their papers, David, to try and find it.
Yeah, I thought I'd memorised all the pages, but I hadn't. No, yeah, I appreciate it is mentioned, but I think it's just that if we're serious about providing that mechanism for developer contributions, because we do name it in our current supplementary guidance for LDP2, but there's no clear mechanism, and other than a reference here, it's certainly not in our site survey. And there's a lot of other information that we're asking for there about access to village halls, proximity to things, cycle pass, all the rest of it. But I think health service provision is like kind of a pretty important thing for most communities in this region. So it's really just to say, if we can articulate that at this point, that would be helpful maybe to get that site survey information coming back. That's all it was. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm seeing nodding heads on the screen here. I think we're agreeing to take that forward. Is that correct, David? Yeah. Thank you. I'm just going to jump to Councillor Stevenson because she didn't appear high up the list on the screen, but I did write her down before. So, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Convener. On page 51, it discusses housing and it discusses how many we've actually built. I've brought this up at a few committees now. It doesn't actually list the amount of housing we had that's actually not viable anymore or isn't at an acceptable level, and I think that's important to add into this paper to show just where we are exactly for housing. You know, we keep talking about building houses, but at the same time we know that houses are being knocked down, so we don't really know if we're standing still or if we're actually moving forward with this. And then on page 55, I welcome the lessons learned on definition of brownfield land, because I do know that there's been instances in my ward where things have been given planning permission based on the fact they're on a brownfield site and that's what their designation should be, but in actual fact it didn't go down very well with the locals because they didn't see it as brownfield land purely based on this definition. So I'm pleased to see that that's been a lesson learned. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're really looking for information about the net position with housing. Is that the case? What's adding and what's falling off the back? Is that possible, David or Steve?
We do undertake an annual survey of the number of completions and number of buildings that have been built. The particular circumstance I think that's being referred to here is to do with one of the RSLs that has been getting rid of some of its elderly stock. I don't know if that actually counts. We have completions. We don't have demolitions as something that needs to be recorded. But again, we'll look at that closely and see if there's a mechanism for doing that for you.
Thank you. I think it is actually quite important information to have. Councillor Dempster.
Thanks, Convener. I, like lots of members, I'm concerned about the development or housing development in our region. And any of these SHIP programmes, we should be compelling the developer to proceed with development, not just sit on them, or land banking for another name. And I think that's happening in some areas in our region. The developer contributions thing, and I know we are discussing that constantly in terms of house building, but I hope that's not to embrace wind farms as well, because that's clearly a relationship between wind farm companies and the local communities. And the last thing is the housing market areas that's referred to. It doesn't refer to Nithsdale in this paper, it only refers to Dumfries, and I think that creates an imagination that there's a lot of work going on, but it's in Dumfries. It's not in Nithsdale. I don't think anybody can find any developments taking place in Nithsdale now. So I'd hope that this paper would be amended to reflect Nithsdale as an area rather than just simply be encompassed in the brackets of Dumfries, because it then doesn't show the situation that currently exists. Convener, thank you.
Thank you. I think we've been discussing these, as long as I can remember, discussing housing areas. It has been a topic of conversation for a number of years. Steve, can you help Councillor Dempster out?
Yeah, maybe invite Jamie to come in, because the housing market areas are something that's identified in the housing needs and demands assessment that's carried out. And there is a methodology that the consultants apply to identifying those housing market areas. Perhaps David or Jamie might be able to explain a bit more.
Thank you. Jamie, can you help with that?
Yeah, thanks, Convener, and thanks, Steve, for bringing me in here. So in the Housing Need and Demand Assessment, we recently shared that with elected members, and it's now published on the Council's website. There was a clear methodology set out within that around the assessment of housing market areas, which has been undertaken on the basis of Scottish Government guidance around what we would expect to see. It takes a lot of things into account, such as where people are choosing to buy homes, where people are working, but there are a number of elements, and we're happy to provide a little bit more detail following committee on how that's done. But at each housing need and demand assessment that's taken place, we're now in the third iteration, our assessment of the housing market areas is undertaken. So more than happy to provide a little bit more detail on those points. But just to refer back to Councillor Dempster's point regarding the Strategic Housing Investment Plan as well, with the recent announcement of the budget being put back in place for 25-26, we're working very closely with registered social landlords to make sure that the delivery of affordable housing going forward is supported, and the sites that they have purchased so far through the scheme are taken forward, and that does feed very closely into the delivery element of the local development plan as well.
Councillor Dempster.
Thanks, Convener. Yes, I'm more than content with the response Jamie's provided in terms of the SHIP. I think we need to ensure that anyone who applies for funding from that source should proceed to development. It shouldn't be just sitting on the back burner somewhere. And I'm grateful. I know we get plenty of information, and Jamie's alluded to that, and some of it's not in the public domain. The point I make is that Nithsdale is not featured in the HMA. So therefore, members of the public can't assess or access that information because it's not available. And all I'm asking is that it's broken down because we have Eskdale featured in the document with Galloway. There's nothing to stop, and it would then allow the people in Dumfries and Dumfries area to establish exactly what's happening within Dumfries, which is an urban settlement, and the rest in Nithsdale, which is a rural settlement. There's a subtle difference there, and it's not featured in the document. But thanks for your time, Convener.
Thank you. Jamie, do you want to respond?
Yeah, no, I think that obviously the Dumfries housing market area, which does include Nithsdale, as Councillor Dempster's alluding to, there has been through a process that's been considered as robust and credible in terms of its assessment as a housing market area. What we could look to do, if it does help members, and we undertake this to some extent already, is a specific reporting to Nithsdale Area Committee around housing delivery, particularly strategic housing investment plan projects, but I know that the local development plan does also feed into that process, so hopefully that'll be a helpful solution for members.
Thank you. I think it would provide a bit of clarity to not only just refer to it as Dumfries, but refer it to Dumfries and Nithsdale potentially. Councillor Ian Crowther.
I suppose he's coming in on that point, but it's, if you were to rename it that way, I think it'd be Dumfries, Nithsdale and Upper Annandale, because I think Moffat and Beattick are included in Dumfries housing market area. So it's a difficult, but I think Jim's making a perfectly legitimate point. A lot of members, again, I know within our group, has made it in regards to why are all the houses being allocated to Dumfries when actually Sankirk, Connell, Moffat, Beattick, they need the allocation of housing as well. I think as David's outlined already, that'll be addressed through the workshops when it comes to site allocations, whether it's settlements, so on and so forth. So my question was specifically on, it looks to me in the face of it, what asking to be done today by the way of decision is that we've got a lump of information we're going to send up to Scottish Government. They're going to look at that and say, right, okay, you've covered everything. Or they might say, well, you've actually over the top, they might say, you haven't given enough. So from that gate check point of view, so if they come back and say, right, no, you've got absolutely everything spot on, how does that get reported back to us? If they say, listen, you were short on this, where do we see that? Is that back to economy and infrastructure? Does it come back to full council? It's interesting to see, okay, we'll get our gate check done, but after that, how do we see as elected members that we've got enough evidence, we've considered everything, Convener?
Thank you. David, can you help? What happens when I get our homework marked and I get sent back?
Thank you, Convener. Yes, This, as I said before, is a completely new process, so I think everybody across the country is still kind of feeling their way with it. It is not a given that we will get through. Basically, there are 2 authorities I know of, Fife and Glasgow, that did not, and they're having to go back and redo elements that the reporter considered that they need to address further. To answer Councillor Carruthers' question specifically, once we've heard back from the reporter, if they confirm we've cleared the gate check, we'll certainly let all members know, because that then immediately means we can proceed with the proposed plan as we're intending to. So it will be referred back. Stephen, correct me on this, I would imagine we would do a quick update report either to members or to the Economy and Infrastructure Committee.
Steve, can you confirm that's the case?
Yeah, and as David said, it depends partly on what the outcome of the gate check is, because we may be required to modify the evidence report, in which case it would require, in my view, a further decision of full council to resubmit the updated version. Hopefully that won't be the case, and we'll be able to proceed straight on with the work on the proposed plan and the next steps as outlined in the report, which are to invite submissions in terms of sites and development opportunities from the wider community and from wider developers and stakeholders. Again, we are due to bring a report back to E&I Committee to update the development plan scheme, which sets out all the stages in preparation of LDP3. So there will be there would also be an opportunity to update members further when the development plan scheme comes forward next year to E&I. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you. Councillor Walters.
Thanks, Convener. I've just got a couple of questions for clarification. On page 58, when we're talking about demographic challenges, we talk about retaining our young people, which can be difficult. It says it's thought that only a small percentage choose to come back to the region later on. Are we getting any research done on how many young people do actually come back? Because that seems to be a fairly crucial issue, and just to have it as we think that that's what's happening, perhaps we could get some sort of research into what is happening. Because anecdotally, you do come across young people who have been brought up round here, who leave for university or educational training or whatever, and then they do come back. So perhaps we could find out what that percentage is. That would be helpful. And then on page 63, there's a mention of town centre health checks, which have been prepared for town centres identified in LDP2. And I was just wondering if either there was a link to this in this report, which I couldn't find, or if we were actually doing any of these for the preparation of LDP3. That's my 2 questions. Thanks.
Thank you. David, can you help us out with the demographic research?
I'm not sure of a mechanism which we actually have to establish how many people have returned. If there is a mechanism of doing that, then yes, it'd be interesting to put in. Sorry, what was the second question of Councillor Walters again?
It's about the town centre health checks that were done for LDP2, whether there was a link and whether we were doing them for LDP3.
Yes, basically it's part of the core documents that we have on that. We also have employed summer students as well who have also been doing the checks around there as well. And it's probably worth saying as well that the HNDA work that we did does have some element of looking at inward migration again. So that was considered as part of that topic at least. We can send a link to all members on the various core documents that are being talked about there as well.
Convener, I can maybe just add to that in terms of the work that the council is doing, looking at the whole issue of depopulation and repopulation, and certainly we can look to ensure that that sort of question is included as part of that research work that we're going to be carrying out corporately. I do know that the college has done a kind of small scale piece of work looking at the kind of ambitions and destinations of some of the college leavers in the past, but we can certainly look to build on that, convener.
Thank you. Is that helpful, Councillor Walters?
It is, yeah. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor McFarlane.
Yeah, thank you, convener. Developer contributions is mentioned in the document 9 times, and I'm sure that we're all aware of developments whereby we've said that a contribution should be made, and then the developer builds it and then says that they can't afford to then put in what the contribution was in relation to provision of play parks or other sort of properties. And it seems that whilst it's there, we don't really have an effective mechanism to make sure that that comes to fruition. I'd be really interested to know if we could actually have a section within the LDP3 which is dedicated to developer contributions so that it was clear and specific. As I say, it's mentioned 9 times, but it's spread throughout the document, so you have to go looking for it to try and find out what that is. And I think what would be helpful and would be clearer would be what the sort of parameters are on that, because I don't feel that the wording around some of that is robust enough. And secondly, there's mention on page 34 and page 44 of IJB being involved in the project board. Certainly I know that there's work being done to try and link up with the ship, but I'm not aware of who it is that's on that board, so I'd be interested to know who those representatives are. Thank you.
Thank you. David, is there any possibility, or Steve, of putting a paragraph dedicated or whatever to developers' contribution, and also help out with the IJB involvement?
Yeah, and certainly, again, as I mentioned earlier, with the proposed plan, we need to make a decision about, do we take the text which exists in the statutory supplementary guidance that we have on developer contributions at the moment and incorporate that within the plan, or do we just accept it's going to be planning guidance? Where it is considered appropriate to use developer contributions, there's clear Scottish Government circular and guidance on what we should be doing, where it's applicable, where it's not. And as members of the Planning Application Committee will know, it's a fairly standard requirement that it will be a legal agreement, a planning obligation under Section 75 or 69 of the Local Government Act to tie the developer into making these contributions. It's something to be careful with, because we are an area where there's an element of market failure, where we're not seeing the large house builders coming into this area. So if you wish to attract more house building in, if you ask that they provide too much, it might make a scheme unviable. So that's something that we can discuss at great detail at the proposed plan stage. In terms of the members on the project board, I seem to remember it was David Rowland was one of the representatives that we had from NHS as well.
Thank you. Councillor McFarlane, does that answer your query?
Yeah, thank you. In relation to the representative, David Rowland's one of the officers, so that's why I wasn't particularly familiar with that. In relation to the developers' contributions, though, I think that whilst I understand that we need to make sure that people come and that they will build, there's no point in us actually building these houses, and we recognise that we do need them, but there's no point in building them if we don't have the facilities to accommodate that. Otherwise, we end up repeating the mistakes that they made back in the 60s and 70s with the likes of Cumbernauld and Easterhouse and such like, where we end up with deserts where all we have is accommodation. So we have to provide the infrastructure as well. So thank you.
Thank you. But correct me if I'm wrong, David, but this, again, this is the gate check for this document, and details like that can be fleshed out going forward. Is that the case?
Absolutely, Convener. This is as I said at the start of the journey, that really the the more interesting part is the proposed plan, where we get into that level of detail, which is clearly the elements that the members and ourselves are interested in. But unfortunately, we can't get to that stage until we've cleared the gate check.
Thank you. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Convener. Clearly, this is an enormous document, and what we're working through is going to be our plan for the next 10 years. So it's absolutely vital that we have these opportunities, and appreciate that this has been referred to as a gate-checking process right now. I think what it would be helpful is to have our proposed timescale as incorporated as part of the report. I was looking back in Economy and Resources back on the 8th of June in 23, the appendix that was provided at that report, which you have to go hunting to find it, had a proposed timeline. I think we just need to be mindful that these documents, and I say it almost at every meeting, members of public should be able to pick them up and fully understand where we are, where we're going, what the timescales are, and it should be accessible. And I'm not sure that, and it might just be the nature of what we're doing that it's not accessible, but we do have to keep that in mind. My sort of question, or my area of concern that I wanted to raise was in regards to the Community Empowerment Act 2015 and how some of these policies sit, and specifically in regards to land for community food growing and allotments, which is referenced on, well, it's our page 141 or 101 in the document under policy 23. There's very little mention of allotments are mentioned twice in the whole entire document. Food growing is mentioned one, but we have an obligation as a local authority under the Community Empowerment Act, which isn't mentioned at all in the whole of the document. So can we please ensure that we're doing that cross-checking, because we do have a duty. You know, it's about having land available for allotments, and we should be doing that as standard. I'm not sure we are currently, but this is an opportunity to go forward in the right direction. And, you know, in terms of linking in with our developers, it's really important that they link in with that. You know, just as an anecdotal, I met with a developer, 70 units within Newton Stewart. I asked, is there going to be any food growing spaces, any community food growing spaces? The response was no, even though there is, you know, in place, there should be guidance to make sure that was in place. I asked, you know, could we even have some fruit trees? And the developer went, that's a really good idea. I've never thought of that before, which, frankly, I was quite astounded that a developer of that scale wasn't thinking that way. So it's really a plea. Can we be really mindful as this process goes forward that we link in with all these different ambitions, because actually it is about creating those healthier communities, those sustainable communities for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. So we could, if Councillor Hagman doesn't ask it, I'm usually quite guilty of asking for timelines as well. And, so if any indication, clearly we've still got to get through the gate check anyway, so we need to find out, you know, what our feedback is from that, and then also what about the community empowerment stuff?
Thank you, Convener. I've just posted a link in the chat to our current development plan scheme, which dates from March 24. And if you actually look at the back page, it has our current timetable. So we will need to update that. And as Steve mentioned earlier, we'll bring a report back to the Economy and Infrastructure Committee early next year, just setting out where we're at with that. So the timescales are available, they're online. In terms of the food growing and allotments, that is actually covered as part of NPF 4. The Scottish Government's planning document already has that. So we're not to replicate policies which exist in NPF 4 in our own plan. So hopefully that actually addresses Councillor Hagman's concerns, because it is there in National Planning Development Plan documents.
Thank you. And we still need to update, presumably, the timetable. So.
Yeah, no, thanks, Convener, for letting me come back. I think, you know, that's great that it's embedded in the NPF4, but can we at least cross-check to ensure that in our own plan we're at least giving a nod that we're aware that that's part of it, because we mention land for community food growing and allotments, but we don't mention that that's covered. I think it's just about cross-checking those documents so that everybody's really clear on what the responsibilities are.
Thank you. I've got nods in agreement, so we'll move on to Councillor Beretti.
Thank you, Chair. Page 129, electric vehicles. As the report says, at the moment, well, it's around about 2% or possibly more, or depending what they are, if they're commercial or domestic. And this EV infrastructure strategy has to be central to a lot of what is actually happening in this report, because it does impact on so many areas of this report. And I'll say that not all roads lead to Dumfries. They actually crisscross the region, as I'm finding out, and I'm doing a deep dive into this. And if we are to develop policies which are to support the rural areas, so if it's community transport systems, everything is going to go to electric within 15 to 20 years. So this strategy has to be correct, and it has to encompass many, many factors. So I know that David Sutty has said that he would like, rather than having seminars, to have meetings with elected members over this, but I think this is one of the things that certainly, if it came in front of the climate group, this was something that we could start looking at and putting our own thoughts in. But I'd like to understand if and how far this strategy has developed to this point. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And I think there's related matters are going to come up later in the meeting. David?
Yes, as ever, Convener, we were more than happy to take on board any input which the members have to this. And if the climate group is able to feed into this, that would be much appreciated.
Thank you. Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you, Convener. It's just a quick question for David, if that's okay. I know on page 44 we see the schedule numbers, David, and I just was a bit concerned as we don't see agriculture mentioned. So is that already embedded in the original documents? At the moment, we have on the page 83, the Nature Scot produced a habitat and land coverage map, and we see over 60% of our land is grassland, arable and market gardens. So it's a huge percentage of our land that's managed. So these farmers have to answer to the new Scottish Agriculture and Rural Communities Act, as well as all the other bodies that are there. And I'm just wondering if we can make sure that's embedded into the report so that we're very aware of what's going on in the agricultural sector. Thanks. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, David.
There's probably an element that cuts across what my colleague in the environment section, Simon Fieldhouse, has been leading on with the land use strategy. So I don't know if Steve has any additional comments that you can make on that one.
Yeah, there are explicit references and links to the regional land use framework that has been produced. So we'll make sure that those links include the reference to land for agriculture, as well as the other rural land uses that it addresses.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks very much, Convener. Just one thing as a comment, page 35, the chart is fine. It would have been really helpful if the pages were referred to it were on that chart for easy looking up for me. But that's only a comment. My real thing, if I look at page 199, and it's about the NHS's contribution to how we're taking forward, how we look after people. And if you tie that in with the 30-minute neighbourhoods, the bit I'm worried about here, and it's a very niche thing, I would say, is it's not covered anywhere, and that's the need for pharmacies, especially when you've got dispensing chemists who deal with minor injuries and taking the weight off GP surgeries and the likes. we need to go back, I would suggest, to the NHS and ask them to take this up on a national basis, because the rules that cover where you can cite pharmacies is different from planning. And without them talking to each other, you're ending up now with, I'll give the example in Dumfries, for example, between the Lockerbie Road and Edinburgh Road, there must be the best bit, by the time they're finished, be the best bit 1,000 houses, and there is no chemist. Now, we could actually put something in LDP to say there needs to be a properties there for business like that, but we don't have the power to actually give a licence for a chemist to actually work. So we need to go back to the NHS, I would suggest, and ask them. I must say, I've had personal experience because I had to chair one of the appeal meetings for, in Stranraer about 3 or 4 years ago. The rules are archaic. The rules is if the existing chemists complain, you don't get one, right? Which flies in the face of everything that we're trying to do here as a council. So can we make further contact with the NHS, because it looks as though we've had a lot of contact. A lot is very positive, but there's that one little niche thing there, is how do you look after 1,000 houses without? And if you're not feeling well, and you have to then get a bus which is 2 hours away to get into the town centre, then wait for 2 hours and then wait for a bus back again, you know, you could be the best bit of a day just to go and collect your prescription. It's as I say, it's very niche, but it's a problem, and it will come in bigger developments as we take this forward. It's almost like being back to the 1950s and 60s here. We've learnt nothing from the building of the Castle Milks and the Berlanachs and the Ballarnachs and the big housing schemes, Lochside and Lincluden. If you look at Lincluden, for example, there's one little row of shops. Right? At least Lochside has got 2 rows of shops, and another subsidiary one across the other side. So we just need to actually, I would suggest, see how we can talk to the NHS and actually get them to move forward nationally about the chemist situation.
Thank you. David, is pharmacy going to be a key part going forward with this?
I understand we do have information about the location of existing ones. It is very difficult for the planning authority, unfortunately, to make something happen. It's almost a market decision as to whether or not a pharmacy goes in. But certainly I do recognise the importance within local living and placemaking for these facilities to be there. So again, we'll see if there's something we can do to help bolster that element of it.
Convener, we'll certainly take it up with the NHS D&G reps on the project board, and that's one of the benefits of having that kind of multi-agency project board that's underpinned this work. So we'll certainly take that forward with them.
Thank you. Councillor Stitt.
Thanks, Chair. It's page 259 under the heading Schedule 19 Tourism. Just a comment. Pages, the top of page 261 and the bottom, you've got charts with visitor numbers, etc., and what's it in value. But you go over to page 263, and it, under the year 2019, top 5 free attractions, 4 of them are forest parks. I'd like to get figures for the last year, because actually now Forest Land Scotland charge you to park in the car parks to visit the forest, so it'd be quite interesting to see what the figures are.
Can we get information on these car parking charges and the figures for that?
I'm not sure if we can, but if we can, we'll certainly make sure they're provided to Councillor Stitt.
Thank you. Councillor Dempster.
Thanks, Convener. Just a couple of things, and they might be that will be more appropriate when we discuss LDP3 in its entirety. But land use strategy, we talk about hydrogen at Chapel Cross, we talk about offshore and onshore wind farms. There's no mention, or very little mention, of emerging systems such as pump storage hydro, and there's one proposed in my ward that will not only be able to generate electricity on demand, it will create employment opportunities for a long time rather than just in construction phase. So I'm just hoping that not only pump storage systems, but small scale hydro projects or schemes are encouraged as well, because we can't be reliant on a single industry or means of generating electricity. And the one point I did want to raise today, and it's in page 107 and page 108. In 107, the third last paragraph talks about the number of redundant farmsteads in the region, and 108 talks about to fully understand what constraints there may be to the development of these sites. Well, one of the major constraints is the strangulation that the planning department places on how these buildings can be developed. And I did say, and I placed this before members today, I did say many years ago in Lothian and Borders, where a redundant building is brought into use, there's a gift of 2 development sites that will help offset the cost, because it's normally simply financial that prevents these redundant buildings being brought into use. And that additional support for a developer helps offset the overall cost and encourages development. So it's something I will be putting before members as for their consideration in LDP3, but I think it's something that members and officers should be thinking about, how to be creative in making sure we encourage the reuse and redevelopment of redundant buildings and farm units. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you. So, David or Steve, how are we coping with emerging technologies? Is that something that we can take on board when we take this plan forward?
Yes, thank you, Convener. The National Planning Framework for Policy 11 covers energy, and things such as pump hydro storage are all mentioned there. So that's an overarching policy that covers here. And indeed, Councillor Dempster is quite correct. There's the one at Glenmucklock that has approval. So it would be good to see that one come forward. In terms of the other aspect of the likes of small building groups, again, that's probably something to get down into the level of detail. I would make the comment that probably the biggest impediment to those buildings being brought back into use is something which is beyond any of our control, which is the VAT issue, which that you can get your VAT back on a new build, but you can't on a conversion. So unless and until that is changed, there is a significant disincentive to conversions taking place.
Thank you. Councillor Ian Crillers.
Thanks so much, Chair, for letting me back in. Really interesting conversation, I will say, but I'm just looking at, I think we've agreed 2.1, 2.2. I think we have considered as well the appendix. We've spoken about that quite a lot. I would move that we agree that has been the format, and at 2.3 I would move that ideally the officers have picked it up. The only small comment I would make is it's referred to as, I thought maybe Councillor McFarlane's got to pick up earlier, it refers to the integrated joint board, integration. I think for accuracy of language, there's no such, the board might be integrated, but it's actually from a legal perspective, it needs to be integration joint board is my understanding, Chair, just that only point. So I would move the recommendations with that slight amendment.
Thank you. And just finally, Councillor Slater.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's about emerging technologies. I've raised this before. On the Nith, there used to be a generator on the Nith to generate for Traquair, electricity for Traquair, and the mill. Now, that's been gone now several years, but the thousands of litres of water pour over the call every day, and I believe that electricity could then be generated for the town. It would look good for Dumfries to say we generated a large amount of our own electricity. One point I would probably look at is the ice bowl. The ice bowl is probably a very high user of energy.
No, thanks, David. We're trying to take this to the next stage.
Okay.
That's all right. We're not really discussing individual projects as such. So, if we're happy, we'll just move to the recommendations, which as 2.1 was obviously to agree removal of delegation, which we did. 2.2, consider the evidence report and the appendix and agree that it and all the documents referred to in it can be submitted to the Scottish Ministers for gate check. And 2.3, authorise the Head of Economy and Development to make minor changes to the evidence report to take account of any late consultation responses, formatting, consistency issues, grammar and spelling errors that may have been missed before submitting for gate check as set out in paragraph 4.14. And as highlighted, I'll take it the integration joint board part would be part of that review. Councillor Crothers.
No, thank you. I think there's many others points picked up. I think it's economy and infrastructure. Mr City picked up on that earlier rather than development as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crothers. So I think that's actually covered. So we're happy to consider and agree item 3. Thank you. We'll now move on to the item 5, Council Budget 2025-26 and future years. Report by Executive Director Enabling Customer Services. At full council on 3rd of October 2024, members agreed a consultation mandate for an engagement programme that included consultation on the budget for 2025-26 and beyond. This report includes a summary of the feedback from that consultation programme. Lorna Meehan, Executive Director Enabling and Customer Services, and Scott McMeekin, Ward Worker, are here to assist members with any questions in this report. Can I have members' questions and contributions, please? Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Convener. I would just like to thank all those who took part in this consultation and the officers involved in this consultation process. I think it's been good for the public to see the stark choices we face with the upcoming budget, and the feedback is that there have been some really good and interesting conversations at the consultation events, and this report certainly gives food for thought. Given that the consultation ended on Friday and we have this report in front of us today, it needs commended, so thank you to all those involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Convener. So it's great to get this back, and I think it's always important that we should take every opportunity to check in with the public as to where we are. And certainly, you know, the purpose of the report is to get the feedback from the consultation on the budget. However, we don't have the current medium-term financial strategy. We consulted on what we thought was going to be our budget gap. We've had announcements from Scottish Government and absolutely welcome additional funding. I appreciate the local government settlement is due to be published today. We don't yet have it. I'm assuming that the leader received a letter from the Cabinet Secretary for Finance, but that's not been shared with members. We're being asked to comment on the consultation, but where are we currently now? There's, again, I'm slightly concerned that there's no timescale for this. Normally, when we would meet today, we would have all the information before, so we would know what the budget was sitting with. We would have at least had sight of the local government circular, which we don't have currently. I mean, I'm just slightly concerned that we've spent a lot of time, and it's not to disregard that. We do need to check in with our communities, but essentially we have been asked to find £7 million worth of funding. Now, with the additional unallocated money, there's approximately £289 million coming of unallocated, the 869 with allocation. But if we were to get 3%, because that was always what I was told is roughly our allocation, essentially we might be getting additional £8 million. So it's where does the sequencing of all this sit, and where do the members of the public then get the chance to see the local government circular? Because it's all very well sending it to members, but if it's not published as part of our process, where's the transparency? You know, I think it would have been useful for all members to see the letter that went out to chief executives and all leaders on what the headline figures were for the budget, because I'm aware of what all that information is. I'm aware that where to go and find it, and certainly COSLA has published information on the website, but the council hasn't published it as part of these reports, and I'm not sure if all members in the chamber here have even had that high level, unless they've gone out to actively seek it, which I don't think is the best way of doing business. So I am slightly concerned about that and what our next steps are, because again, within the report before us, it outlines our next steps, but it doesn't mention the date of when we're going to review our medium-term strategy. It doesn't mention the local government circular. It doesn't mention any of the actual headline figures. And I go back to the point of the previous one. There's no timeline of when these dates are going to be published either. So again, any member of the public picking up these reports are not going to maybe have a grasp of the process going forward. So I wonder if there's any comments on some of those. Thank you.
Thank you. Lorna or Scott?
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Councillor Hagman. So the Council's budget process timetable does set out those dates, and those were published in June through full Council papers, and again at the October full Council in agreeing the mandate for consultation. The medium-term financial strategy is always updated in the earliest committee after the new year, once we've received the settlement. As you mentioned, the settlement, we're expecting to receive that information today, but it will require a period of check-in with other local authorities, because frequently there are matters that have to be corrected and examined by civil servants and local government officers and COSLA. Members in their timetable that was agreed in June agreed that they would receive an update prior to Christmas, and I understand the Chief Financial Officer is arranging for that to happen next week once that check has been carried out with civil servants. The circulars are always published by the Council as part of the paper that brings forward the budget model and the update to the medium-term financial strategy, and that's currently on schedule to be brought to the Enabling and Customer Services Committee early February, which has been the practice of the Council for a number of years. And in terms of the budget obviously was set last week, or indeed proposed last week with the Scottish Government, and there has been information made available by COSLA and obviously by the Scottish Government in their publications. Happy to make sure that that's circulated to all members, but certainly the intention was to circulate that next week as planned in the budget timetable. I don't know if there's any other matters that members would want me to cover.
No, I think you have covered it, but equally, I mean, I would like to make the point really that we are discussing the consultation and the consultation process here, and regardless of what the actual numbers come back at, the feedback from the general public is very useful in establishing what people's priorities are, and it's down to us to set our budget, but all we're asked to do here is acknowledge that, and acknowledge that we're actually going to take the views of the public into consideration. So, Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, I was a little bit confused with regards to where Councillor Hagman's come from, because we knew the timetable. I think what the main thing around this was that we were very keen, and the Labour group and other groups actually pushed that we actually reinstate the consultation process. And there's been a tremendous amount of work done by the officers, or all the officers involved. I'd like to thank them all as well, because the information that's presented here, certainly when you look at the recommendations, we will definitely be taking this, this feedback on board. And also, actually, the way that it's laid out, actually the challenges that face the council and the things that we have to provide for, it actually works twofold, as well as actually communicating with the public on what the challenges we have. It also presents them with a range of templates that we're faced with, and we're all realistic here. Some of those we won't take, but it's really for the public to get a grip and kind of say, well, yeah, if you're going to actually take some of these and maybe save some of these are the ones we want to save. And as I said, when I look through this document, I can't commend it enough, because there's been a lot of work, and to actually complete that and then get a report to full council within the period of 2 or 3 weeks, is fantastic. And I'm struck as well, that over 4,500 responses, either from the workforce, from the public, from our young people. And when I looked at the focus groups, the youth, the 46 groups that were engaged with youth workers, etc., sitting young people down and getting 473 responses off that. So it's been a valuable piece of work. I'm glad it has been reinstated. I think it will allow us to have more informed decisions and also be guided on the difficult decisions we have to take in the future. And we always knew that, that we would get this information, it is valuable. We wouldn't get it before the Scottish Government actually announced their budget. So, the fact is, well, thankfully through the UK Labour Government, there is actually more money coming to the Scottish Government. So hopefully there'll be less of these savings we have to take. But I just want to commend the document and all the work that's been done in a short period of time, and to get it to members so that we can scrutinise it.
Thank you. You wanted to come back, Councillor Hagman? Sorry for just jumping across you.
Yeah, no, I did, and certainly I went back to the timeline, which again is not part of the report, and I would make that our plea again. We shouldn't have to follow links to get attachments to find the report, and according to the report, we would by late December get the implications of the local government financial settlements. So, and we would also get the update on the medium-term financial strategy. I think Lorna had said that it would come to the next Enabling Customer Service Committee, but that's not until February, and it's also not on the forward plan. And I've raised this a number of times in the Business Bureau. We have a forward plan. Can we please start populating it? It shouldn't just be for the current business, because I have checked on there and there's very little on the forward plan. So I'm not able to look ahead to double check that that is on there. And I appreciate, we get the response from officers, but can we please ensure that we update that going forward? Thank you.
Thank you. So can we agree to update the forward plan? Yeah, thank you. Councillor Dryborough.
Yeah, thanks, convener. I'd just like to echo what Councillor Wilson and Councillor Marshall actually said there. This is a good piece of work. It's only part of a process that we're going through for the budget setting. And as long as we know what people are thinking out there, we can make recommendations when we come to our own group budgets later on in the year. And it basically says in the detail in the analysis that this was part of it at 4.1 and 4.2 to look at how we take this particular part of the process through. And I believe a lot of good work has been done by officers and the public and members of our workforce as well. So happy with everything that's in here, and it's got a lot in there that we can digest and try and improve. Once we find out what the actual budget is we're getting from the Scottish Government, and of course, we hope that the extra money that the UK government put into the Scottish Government will come forward with that as well.
Thank you. As someone that's been involved in this budget process for a number of years, that it always seems to be a bit of a moving feast what the settlement is until we get quite far down the road. Councillor Jameson.
Thank you, convener. I won't repeat anything anybody has already said. The three Labour councillors have said the same thing, basically. What I would like to say is that consultations are, by the nature of the word, a consultation, and it depends who takes part, how much knowledge they've got. And I do commend what everybody's been doing. My local consultation happens just about every day in the town of Annan, and particularly where I have my coffee every day for about 3 hours. And I think we have to remember the human side of this. I've been contacted by low-paid folk and school staff that are really, really concerned. I've also been spoken to by elderly folk that want to take part in the consultation, but they don't feel able to because IT, and that's always a problem. I'm not diminishing it, but there's so many people got in touch with me or chinned me in the local cafe about ASN, about all sorts of things that affect them. So if there's any way that we can, without reducing the severity of the problems, try and avoid panicking people, because I know one school secretary who may have to move her house if she loses hours, and her husband is in long-term care, and if her hours are reduced, she will have to leave that house. That's a real human consequence of the absolutely necessary number crunching that we have got to do. So we need to, I would propose we need to be really, really mindful on the emotional impact on the people that are directly involved in any of our budget. On the subject of timing, it is very difficult. The Westminster government proposes this and that. We've got to adjust that to the Scottish government, and then we have to get agreement. So it's really, really important that the context right for all the people in Dumfries and Galloway.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, thanks, convener. There's maybe something about the sequencing of reports like this and when we schedule full councils. If we're getting information next week, there's maybe a thought just to say, well, maybe we could have combined that in one report But obviously that's maybe a subject for future programming, because then we'd have all the context. Obviously, when this consultation went out, as has been alluded to, there was a figure in mind. That's what the public were asked about. There was also about, was it 5.3 total officer savings proposed, and I know we've had this conversation at budget panel, which, because we'd asked for a bit more than that when we agreed the council budget back in February. However, it is really encouraging the level of responses that we've received. It's interesting as well, 30% of that's come from staff. So if you, even if you take that out of it, you're still on about a 2.3% response rate for non-staff members of Dumfries and Galloway, which is still a significant response for any consultation, which is good. It's also really interesting as well, and I know when we were considering the templates in front of us, the areas where the public have said they would actually increase the budget and reduce the budget, it's adult health and social care and education where they would go less, and the other ones they would increase. And I'm sure that'll be a challenge for all the elected members in this chamber when they're considering their own proposals in light of what the public have said. So on the one hand, we have to give weight to the public, on the other hand, well, let's see what the templates come forward. So there's always that. But I would just say, yeah, it's a good piece of work, and I think maybe we can always try and improve how we schedule and sequence the work that we've got, given that we know today we're getting the settlement figures, albeit there'll be corrections, but in the same way, the assumptions behind this will have been corrected by now as well, because the budget gap, as we call it, will likely be different in light of the new information that's come out from the government. Thank you. Thank you.
If there's no further comment, I'm just going to move to the recommendations. So we're asked at 2.1 to note the officer savings options for 25, 26 and beyond as referred to in paragraph 4.5 in detail in Appendix 1. 2.2, note the communication activity undertaken to share information on the consultation programme as referred to in paragraph 4.6 and detailed in Appendix 2. At 2.3, note the feedback from stakeholders, citizens, customers, employees and partners as referred to in paragraph 4.7 to 4.9 and detailed in Appendices 3 to 7. 2.4, agree that political groups take the consultation feedback into account as they develop their proposals for the council budget for 25-26 and beyond. And 2.5, note that further engagement through stakeholder impact assessments will take place as planned during December 2024 and January 2025 as set out in section 4.11. So we're happy to note 1, 2, 3 and 5 and agree 4. Thank you. Item 6, Dumfries and Galloway Armed Forces Champion Annual Report 2023-24, report by Head of Thriving Communities. Members are asked to consider an overview of the activities undertaken by the Council's Armed Forces Champion, Councillor Archie Drybra MBE, for the period 1st of April 2023 to 31st March 2024. Liz Manson, Community Planning and Engagement Manager, is here to assist members with any questions on this report. I'll invite Councillor Archie Drybra MBE to present his report via Microsoft Teams.
Thank you, Convener and members, and I'm pleased to bring forward my annual report for April 23 to the end of March 24. And I've added a few look forwards as well, considering it's going to be the 80th anniversary of VE and VJ Day next year. Can I first thank all officers and members that supported me throughout that year, especially during significant events such as Remembrance Day, Festival of Remembrance and the other events that were delivered this year. I can confirm that the DG First Contact Group is now firmly up and running again, with the Armed Forces Champions attending from not only ourselves but other public bodies, along with members of this council, and we continue to strive to be the best under the auspices of the Armed Forces Covenant. Thanks to Councillor Davy Stitt for becoming Vice Chair of the group to ensure the continuation if I cannot make it. I couldn't do this without the support of our community's colleagues and ward officers, along with the ever adept and proficient Hazel Kerr, supporting my role, and Liz Manson giving Hazel the latitude to do so. Now, there's another word for it, but I'll not use that in public. This council has an Armed Forces budget of 10k a year for the last 2 years and the next years, which has helped me support our partner agencies deliver for veterans and their families. And I also have to say that all departments that have had service users who are ex-forces clients have supported as much as possible. Homeless, financial and educational needs as well. I'm happy to take any questions or points of clarification, Convener, but we'll end this part with, I know you all know of my medical condition this year, and it's been difficult to navigate being a very proud ex-soldier, and I did need to slow down a bit, and I have, but also not being able to drive has been hard, and I've had to rely on others, of which there are many to drive me, support me, and even perk me up a bit once in a while. All groups, and in particular my own group, as well as others, have been extremely supported. I love this part of the job, and I'd like to, from the heart, say a massive thank you for your encouragement, support and steadfastness through this. I don't know how I would have done it without you, so happy to take any questions or comments, Convener.
Thank you, Archie, and it's an incredible amount of work you've done, and it's been a pleasure to be involved in some of it with you. So I'll open up to members. Councillor Hislop.
Chair, it's just to reiterate those remarks. Councillor Driver does a pile of work on this, and he's actually shown and kept to the forefront of a lot of people's minds the issues that veterans have and how we can try and help them. I think he's been good for the region, and he's been good for the veterans, and I think it's always a good report he has that he brings every year. So congratulations, Councillor Driver, you're doing a good job there.
Thank you.
Here. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Convener. As always, Armed Forces Champion report is always a great report, and this year is no exception. Councillor Driver certainly does an amazing job in this role. I know he said he'd slowed down, I'm not sure I would agree. And given his diagnosis and ongoing treatment, which we're all aware of, I think he's done a phenomenal amount of work, which is a testament to the absolute champion and warrior he is. And I think he thoroughly deserved the Role Model of the Year award, like you called it earlier in the year. I had the huge honour of laying the wreath at the Lord Dowden Memorial on behalf of Archie as he was just done his treatment then, and I was ably supported by Councillor Davis and my very own little sidekicks. And it'll come as no surprise that all afternoon people were passing on their best wishes to Archie, showing how much he is respected and valued in that role and how fond people are of him. So I'd just like to say to Archie, thank you for all you do and keep being you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, thank you, Convener, and thanks again, Archie, for the report. I think what's striking about it, and it's been consistent, is that in many cases elected members might fulfil an office because they've been appointed, but I think what's clear with Archie, and it always has been with this, is that it's more than just an office bearer sort of role. He puts himself into it, and that's clear in the way that he conducts himself and brings about the report. So I just fully commend it. Thank you. Thanks, Archie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Someone who's travelled with Archie for 15 to 20 years since he's been a councillor and had to kind of maybe go on detours and sit in a car waiting for him while he attended to armed forces duties. I know his dedication, and his dedication has been to the armed forces throughout this time. Apart from actually getting the Role Model of the Year in Scotland, the Scottish Veterans Award, I would say Archie's probably an exemplar across the UK for the armed forces. What he does goes well beyond the call of duty, and he's always there, and he's always, there's always new things. There's a few things that he's done over the years. It's Dumfries and Galloway that have been first, and others have followed. So he continues to do a cracking job. And he already says he's got his own personal battle, but he's got the true fighting spirit. So congratulations for another year, serving us all well within Dumfries and Galloway, and more importantly, the veterans across the region.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Slater.
Yes, it's just to congratulate Archie on the work he's done. Must admit, it's been very, very good. I'd also been privileged to actually film some of these events, and hopefully they'll be kept for prosperity, which it keeps people's memories going on through the years. So it does. So really just to say thank you very much, and hopefully I'll be able to film a number more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So It's a big well done to you, Archie. Thanks very much. You're an inspiration for us with this work, so thank you. So I'll move on to the recommendations. So we're asked to note the activities undertaken by the Armed Forces Champion for the period 1st of April 2023 to 31st of March 2024 as referenced at paragraph 4.1 to 4.10 and in the appendix. So we're happy to note. Oh, Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, maybe just to ask him to instruct him, maybe slow down a little bit.
Not going to happen.
Yeah, we're capturing that as an action, Archie. So it will be recorded. Councillor Colours.
Just a small part, just as a second recommendation, especially after all the kind of heartfelt comments that we made, should we be making it explicit with, and to thank the Armed Forces Champion, by the way of Archie, for all his hard work historically and in the past year in particular.
Yeah, I think that would be good. Yep, we'll deal with that. So we'll now move on to item 7, Licensing Scotland Act 2005, vacancy on the Dumfries and Galloway Licensing Board, report by Assistant Director, Governance and Human Resources. This report advises members of a vacancy in the membership of the new single licensing board for Dumfries and Galloway and seeks to elect a member to fill that vacancy. Sharon Davison, licensing manager, is here to assist members with any questions on this report. I now invite members' questions and contributions, and do we have a volunteer? Councillor Ingalls.
Yes, Convener, I'll put my name forward for that one.
Thank you. So we've noted, is there any further comments, or are we all quite happy that Councillor Ingalls is going to step up to the plate? And yeah, everybody's trying, everybody's looking away. Yeah. So we're asked at 2.1 to note the current membership of the licensing board, and at 2.2 agree to elect a member to fill the vacancy, which we have duly done, and it's Councillor Ingalls. Thank you. So now we move on to item 8, outside body appointments, report by Assistant Director, Governance and Human Resources. Before moving to the detail of the report, given the appointment to the Convention of the South of Scotland falls within the remit of Economy and Infrastructure Committee, can we first agree to remove delegation from Economy and Infrastructure Committee so that we may discuss it? Agreed. Thank you. This report seeks members' approval on changes to outside body nominations which fall under full council remit. Tracy Sonko, Governance Officer, is here, and Andy Reid, Policy Officer, is available on Microsoft Teams to assist members with any questions. I now invite members' questions and contributions. Do we have any? Councillor McFarlane.
Thank you. Thank you, Convener. Yes, as you might expect, as Chair of the IJB, I've got an interest in this, although I didn't state a connection at the beginning. I don't think it's particularly relevant. It's about process, and it's under recommendation 2.2, note the change of the Labour Group representation on the IJB as detailed. Now, my understanding, and I've checked it with the Governance Officer of the IJB, is that we as a council nominate who should represent us on the IJB. Clearly, it's a strategic body that we've got a keen interest in being involved and being represented in. And I believe that we as full council appoint those people. I have no concerns or apprehension about the representation that we have. It's just about the process and how we get there. So my understanding and the understanding of the Governance Officer of the IJB is that full council should be appointing who goes on to the IJB. I also I would like to put in a request in that the process that we have at the minute is we appoint 5 members to be on the IJB and 5 substitute members. And currently we're running with a vacancy on members, but we don't have a process or a mechanism for making sure that we are fully represented as a council. And I would like to see that where we end up with a situation where we do have a vacancy, that we would have the facility and the mechanism in place that would allow one of those substitutes to fulfil that. It seems a nonsense that we have substantive positions that are lying empty when we have substitutes there who could step up, but we don't seem to have a process that would manage that and make sure we're adequately represented. So I'd be interested in the views on that, please.
Thank you. Vlad?
Thank you, Convener. Members may be aware that we had tabled this for discussion at the Business Bureau, and we have already agreed, I think it was maybe through the Rossell work as well, to have that going through the leaders panel in terms of exploring the process and exploring what members want at the end of it. So I would suggest that that would be the route. So unfortunately we didn't get to the agenda item on that particular point within the Business Bureau at the last meeting, but it's tabled and scheduled for the next meeting, and therefore we can take it through that Business Bureau and then leaders panel in terms of a discussion on the process and how we can make that as one, appropriate in terms of the legislation, and two, in terms of meeting members' needs within that, but also the overall council needs in terms of the relevant substitutions, etc., so that we're always covered and we always have the reps available for the IJB representation. So I just suggest that if members are happy and content with that approach, which has already been agreed through a different process, then we can have that conversation around the process through there, and as officers we can put all those alternatives in front of members for decision making in that due process.
Yeah, thank you again, Chair. Yeah, I do think it is something that needs looking at, and I would be interested to know if you're going to engage with the governance officers from the IJB in relation to that to make sure that we get a streamlined process.
To yourself, Camilla. Yeah, more than happy to do so, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor John Campbell.
Thanks, Convener. Yeah, I've no issue about the thematic board's COSLA representation, but I do wonder on page 319 in the appendix, the Economy and Infrastructure Committee, there's actually reference to the RTP, which is an external body. So I'm just wondering why that sits under that particular part. So it seems or appears to me that whoever's representing at COSLA, that they could make decisions on an external body, because you don't have reference of the IGB in any of the other structures, whether it's social work or whatever. So I'm just wondering why that particular one that sits under the Regional Transport Partnership, it's an external body. Looking for a bit of clarity, please.
Thank you. Can anyone help me out with this one? Why is that external body referred to?
I can help in relation to responding to Councillor Campbell's query. I mean, that's an extraction straight from the Council's scheme of administration. So that's been added there and approved by sort of committee previously. In relation to the COSLA aspect, it will be to collect information and to share the Council's opinion, obviously not the Regional Transport Partnership's opinion.
Yeah, thanks, Convener. Yeah, but unfortunately, the RTP is an external body, and we only resource, officers' time through a level service agreement. So technically speaking, it's the RTP themselves. It shouldn't come under that. But however, we are where we are at this moment in time, and I don't know how we can take that forward. And by the way, I should have maybe made a statement of connection in this particular item, so I'll make that now, Convener, that being chair of the RTP. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ian Crothers.
Thank you. Just come back to Councillor McFarlane's point. I just wonder, as part of the discussions with the governance officer with the Integration Joint Board, could, I think currently 4 voting members on the Integration Joint Board, not the substitutes, but could they be involved in that, please? Just because historically, go back to my recollection slightly different from Councillor McFarlane's in regards to the structure, how it's been deployed over the years. And my feeling is that it's fit for purpose as it stands, shouldn't really be changed, but I'd like to be a part of that discussion if possible. Thank you.
Yeah, Vlad's nodding his head. Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks. I'm back to the IGB bit again. I did ask a question legal some time ago, and I got a response back. It took some time because I think they were scrabbling about looking through the statutory instrument to actually find out exactly what the statutory instrument said. My understanding is the statutory instrument said that the council will appoint, right? And there's no delegation then. And what we've traditionally done here is the group leaders would then nominate who they want, and it would come to full council, and that would be pretty much rubber stamped, and that would be the representation in the IGB. So I appreciate what Brad's saying, and that we need to find a solution around the process here. What I'm going to suggest, Convener, is that we, at 2.2, we don't note the change, we agree the change, and that keeps it legal. Right? And just make sure in future that any changes are actually done through whatever process we put into place here, and it needs to come back to full council. That's why there's substitute members, because if there's a full member who's not there, any one of the 5 subs can stand in on the day. So there's no need for us to be short of anyone. So it's no time precious be doing it. What, you know, we've got a full council every 2-3 months, something like that. There'll be maybe 1 or maximum 2 IGB meetings in that period. So the danger to us not being properly represented isn't there actually. But the big danger is if we don't follow the proper process and follow the statutory instrument, then we could get into bother, right, for lack of process. So my suggestion here is we agree Linda is a member on behalf of the council as a full council. That closes that door, and then we move on and then make sure in the future that we actually do it whatever way we decide to come up with. But at the end of the day, the statutory instrument still says council will appoint. Right? No political group leaders, council will appoint.
Thank you. Councillor Crothers.
Thanks very much for that, and thanks for bringing that point up, Councillor Ferguson. But my understanding is the council appoints the elected members to the outside body, being the Integration Joint Board, on a proportionate basis. And so they do appoint elected members, but ultimately, once they've appointed on a proportionate basis, custom and practice has been that the group leaders then nominate from that point in time. So the council, my understanding, going back to what you're saying, the council does actually appoint. Actually, the personnel who turns up is then submitted information-wise to the proper officer by the group leaders. As I said, to me, it's a procedural thing. I don't think there's any real... It's been custom and practice since its inception, so I don't see, if it hasn't been picked up to now, certainly at Scottish Government level and such like, or even Audit Scotland for that matter, why would it be a problem now?
Vlad, do you want to come in on that matter?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, the advice has been provided is in line with more or less what Councillor Carruthers has just stated, that the interpretation of the legislation as it sits at the moment is that it's for the Council to determine the nomination of that, and the Council can determine what that process should be, and custom and practice has been very clearly in line with that proportionate element that Councillor Carruthers has highlighted there. But I understand the query from Councillor Ferguson, and hence I think it's appropriate that we have that process discussion through those forums, and then ultimately we'll put something through for members to take a final decision on as to what that final process should be. That would be my suggestion, Convener.
So again, going back to the earlier timelines comments, what are the timelines for this process?
Yeah, so I don't have the specific dates of the Business Bureau, but that's tabled for the next Business Bureau, and then it'll be tabled for the Leaders Panel thereafter. But bearing in mind that members have already noted other consultations that should take place, will take place in January as soon as we can, with both the IGB members, which I think has been mentioned, as well as the IGB governance. So more than happy to action that as soon as after the Christmas break.
Thank you. Councillor Dorward.
Thank you, Convener. An interesting discussion, but I'm so pleased that Councillor McFarlane has no issues with my appointment to the IGB. per se. That's reassuring. And I completely agree with Councillor Carruthers that full council should be appointing members, and in this case they have proportionately. And custom and practice in this council, I'm repeating things, I just think I need to make the point here. Custom and practice is that any change in membership is decided by leaders, and that's fine and true and reported back. I would have preferred this to be discussed prior to it coming to full council, if I'm being honest. It could have been sorted out at that point in time. I think this is a needless point to make. And what Councillor McFarlane also spoke about and mentioned was the need to have as many representatives from the council on the board as possible. And the Labour group, in changing membership and following custom and practice and informing the right people at the right time, have done this to ensure that we are actually represented on the board. Otherwise we wouldn't have been, and that would have been actually probably worse than not having anybody on at all in the first instance. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to echo some of what Councillor Dorwer said, I'm actually disappointed this is here. My reason for stepping down for the IGB was actually my health, which, you know, is by the by. I don't mind talking about it. Obviously, if the chair of the IGB had approached me himself, I'd have been able to tell him that. And the whole, you know, we do have subs on the IGB, but I have sat on many subcommittees where they haven't been quota, and so the meeting wasn't able to be held. And I think that we need to be able to be nimble enough as a council to have representation to ensure that these meetings go ahead. You know, this is our adult social care that we discuss on quite a number of occasions, and the decisions made there have real impact on people's lives. So just to make that point, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dempster.
Thanks, Convener. Can I refer members to page 312, 4.5 in the papers, which sets out quite clearly what happened and what does happen. And if substitutes can be invited to attend where members can't, whether it's a political alignment or no, that's fine. I was chair of the IGB for years. Councillor Fergus has been chair of the IGB for years. There's never been an issue about folk no attending. And in this chamber, if folk don't attend, it's similar to submit their apologies, and either somebody else attends on their behalf, or else it's recorded as an absence for that meeting. So I don't really understand what the problem is. The one issue I will have, though, is that when it is a council appointment, and I don't suggest that Councillor McFarlane's saying we should consult the IGB, but we shouldn't. It's a council appointment. We make the appointments and we refer the member to that body. Just my view, Convener.
Thank you. Councillor McFarlane.
It would seem only appropriate to respond to some of the comments. My comments here are not about individuals or about representation at the meetings. It's about the process that we have to make sure that we are watertight in relation to our processes. We're complying with the legislation, and you know, whoever each group decides to put up is a matter for them. And you know, the representation at the meetings is the key thing. It's not about politics because it's an apolitical appointment, and therefore it's about making sure that we as a council get appropriate representation through the appropriate process, nothing more. Thank you.
Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks very much. Thanks to Councillor Dempster, who I voted to be the first chair of the IGB in Dumfries and Galloway. If you look at 4.5 and you look at the last sentence, it says it all. I've rest my case. Right. On the 7th of March, we made a decision how we would do it. Then it came back to the 30th of March when the membership was confirmed by the council. The names were then confirmed on the 30th of March. That's the proper process, and it's full council who's then appointed those members after we've been through the processes we've talked about, and that's what we're getting at here. We can't have one process for there and then 6 months later have a different process. That's the 4.5 is the proper process. That's what was agreed by the council all the way through.
Thank you. Vlad, can you just come in and confirm what we're doing about this and take this process forward?
Yes, thank you, Convener. In terms of the dates, I do now have the date for the Business Bureau. That's the 14th of January. We'll go to the Business Bureau. We'll have that discussion first and foremost there. Thereafter, the leaders panel will have the discussion and consultation with members of the IJB as been proposed, and also engage with the IGB governance officers. And I take the point in terms of just streamlining that process between the two organisations and ensuring that both understand what that process is. As I mentioned, we'll get this onto the leaders panel forward planning as well.
Yeah. And from there, does it go to Rosso after that? Is that correct?
Dependent on the discussions and where members want to go with it, absolutely, I would see that as the next step in terms of process.
Thank you. Councillor Crothers.
Just as part of the consideration, please, Vlad, because I think with the arguments being put forward in regards to the appointment process, if it was to come back to full council, that would probably, the Integration Joint Board adopted the same policies and procedures as the council through its standing orders, and that's why we came to that conclusion. So that would probably apply to us, the committees and otherwise. That drop off. So I just think, who's that?
Apologies.
That's no problem. That's no problem whatsoever. So I just think, please, if you could look at that, because if it was to apply, which I don't think it will, to the Integration Joint Board, it would apply to the council, committees, subcommittees, so on and so forth. So just part of the consideration, please.
Thank you. Councillor Hislop.
Chair, what happened between the 7th of March and the 30th of March? Did the IJB not have any business to deal with on that occasion? Because if that's the case, the members would be populated and then the decision would be confirmed here. That's what we've been asked to do today, so there's no change. So why are we arguing about the process if the previous process meant that there was meetings on during that period, because we're told there's a meeting every month or two meetings every month? They would have went ahead anyway. The members would have been populated and then it would be come back here to confirm. Either that or there was no council members at those meetings. Is that the case? In which there was a problem. I would say that if we weren't there, it shouldn't have been held.
Thank you, Councillor Hislop. Councillor Ferguson.
Actual fact, the quorum for a meeting of the IGB is 5. And there is a because Jim's last meeting as chair finished in April before the elections in the May, and there was a meeting in the May before we actually appointed. Right. There's also not just one meeting of the IGB, there's a whole raft of subcommittees that have to be populated by. And I really want to stress here, I have no problem with Linda Dorward being the member, because I think she'll make a really valuable contribution to it. That's not what this is about. It's about to get the process right.
Thank you, and I think we have agreed to look at the process going forward. So I don't really see that there's any need for any further discussion on that particular matter at the moment. So I'm going to move to the recommendations and just work through them. So we were asked to withdraw a delegation from Economy and Infrastructure Committee and nominate 2 members to the Convention of the South of Scotland. Do we have 2 nominations? Leader?
Thank you, Convener. I would just suggest that we nominate myself as Council Leader and the Chair of E&I, which I think is the current arrangements.
Thank you. Are we minded to agree that? Yep, thank you. 2.2 was note the change to the Labour Group representation on the Integration Joint Board as detailed in paragraph 4.5 to 4.9. Are we happy just to note and agree? Would that do?
I'll just agree for me, but yes, note and agree will be fine.
Thank you. 3, note the alignments of the COSLA thematic boards to the current committee structure are detailed at paragraph 4.10 to 4.13 and the appendix. So we're happy to note that. Oh, Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we can maybe try and take an action to look into the Regional Transport Partnership, why it's under that Economy and Infrastructure Committee as opposed to being an external body. Thank you.
Vlad assures me he's got that already. So, 2.4, agree to nominate one member and one substitute member to each of the 4 thematic boards. Again, I'll pass on to Leader.
Yeah, I think in terms of the summary of alignment on page 315, that we would maintain our position that the chair and vice chair of the relevant committee with the largest amount of delegations would represent those particular boards. I will trust my education skills and wellbeing, community wellbeing chairs and vice chair to not overburden themselves and perhaps rotate at the 2 boards, but I think the delegations would sit very well for children and young people and communities with ESCW. Health and social care would remain with social work chair and vice chair, and environment and economy with economy and infrastructure vice chair and vice chair. That's a mouthful. So that's what my proposal would be.
Thank you. Are we happy to agree that? Agreed. Thank you very much, members. I've been informed that lunch has arrived, so I propose to take a break for half an hour. So we'll meet back. Well, we'll meet back at 5 to 1. Thank you. Thank you, members, and welcome back. Hope you enjoyed your mincemeat pie or whatever, getting you in the Christmas spirit. So we're now moving on to item 9, Assistant Director, Transport and Infrastructure, Recruitment and Selection, report by Assistant Director, Governance and Human Resources. To enable members to determine the arrangements for the appointment to the post of Assistant Director of Transport and Infrastructure within the Economy and Infrastructure Directorate, Stuart Clanahan, HR Manager, is here to assist members with any questions. I now invite members' questions and contributions. Councillor Ian Crothers.
Thanks very much, Convener. I suppose, so when I seen this, I'm not going into any detail whatsoever in regards to what my initial thoughts about it. I was taken aback, I was a wee bit surprised because of the history behind it, because we've been through this in the very recent past, to say the least, over, say, a 4-month period. And unfortunately, we lost the previous employee. But setting all of that to the side, I thought, okay, have we went through the proper process? Is our current appointment process fit for purpose? And that was the initial thoughts that went through my head. So, and it hasn't really changed. I think we should do some kind of evaluation. So I have got, because of the sensitivities potentially around about this particular item, I don't want to talk too much about the detail, but I have got a proposal in regards to deferring. I think rather than agree to the appointment process at this moment in time, I think we should actually defer to the next appropriate full council, which I think, I understand, is in March, to try and put a timeline on that. And the second part of that would be to agree a piece of work to be undertaken to satisfy the council that the existing appointment process is fit for purpose, to be led by the Chair of Employment Appeals, and to report back to the Leaders Panel in the first instance with an updated position and options to progress with the full support of our Chief Executive Officer. So as a second recommendation, I would propose that, but I'd like to see the thoughts of the members. Like my initial, I think, okay, why has this happened? It's a lessons learned kind of thing. How do we actually do that? So I'm feeling like the appropriate way is to actually do a wee bit of investigative work, make sure our appointment process is fit for purpose, report that back to the leaders, and then after that, if we've got to look at the appointment process, let's do it then. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Crothers. Is there anyone else with any comment? No, Councillor Wilson.
As you all know, the Labour group made it very clear that we were wholly opposed to the Chief Officer restructure from the start. We raised concerns last October when it was agreed around the process, the matching process and costings, and we did vote against it at that time. We also asked for the questions at the December Full Council under Standing Order 14 regarding again the matching process and interview outcomes, the concerns raised by the unions and about external legal advice. And as we were still not satisfied, we did include it in our budget. However, we lost a vote under Standing Order 15.4 where we argued there had been a change in circumstances. Given all that and the monetary value of this role and some of the officers' saving templates coming forward, particularly relating to cuts to SN, tackling poverty and education that we saw in Agenda Item 5, I would happily support Councillor Crothers. And I'm pleased to hear that other members now share some of the concerns we've previously raised. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dougie Campbell.
Thanks, Convener. I would tend to agree with the proposal put forward by Councillor Carruthers, but I would ask that, or I'd look for confirmation that that would include a review of the job description and the person spec, because I noted from the papers that the job description was signed off by the Chief Executive in August last year. So I think it would be important if there is a review of the recruitment process that it includes the job description and person spec.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Convener. Yeah, so I mean, I'm not precious either way, and I think there's probably merit in making sure our processes are as robust as they need to be. I suppose the assurance I would seek is that do we have the appropriate interim arrangements? If this process gets delayed, can we get an assurance that we have the appropriate interim arrangements to make sure that we're fulfilling the duties as, because we have kind of agreed a structure to deliver. So as long as that's in place, I don't really see any issue with investigating this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Whilst it's just just the one post we're talking about here, I think it maybe emphasises or reinforces the Labour Group's issue on the restructuring back in, over a year ago. You know, we have seen an increase from 5 to 16 chief officers earning over £100,000. There was a budget implication to that, and I would be interested to know how much, you know, if this proposal is accepted, how much the costs of going out to recruit again are for this council. And it's not surprising as well that a high priority within the consultation we've seen at item 5. One of the ones that got the most support was, savings to senior management grades. The one thing, generally as well, I totally accept and support what Councillor Crothers is saying, but we have raised issues with regards to our concerns about the matching process as well. And we're also, the new service directorates came in the summer, and, I'm getting, and I think other members are getting, that what's happening is there is restructures going on within these service directorates, and I think it was alluded to when we agreed the chief officer management structure, that there would be reverberations and there would be some sort of restructuring within the new service directorates. But as far as I'm aware, I've never seen any reports coming to any committees about, and it might be that it's ongoing, but at the same time, we've got a lot of budget templates, which is, the savings that are identified as unfilled vacancies. So I'm a little bit concerned that we're restructuring, we're putting up savings on positions that we can't fill. And so I really, apart from that, I would really seek some reassurance that if there is ongoing restructure further down the line as well within the service directorates, that's reported appropriately, whether it comes to full council, so we see the overall picture, or whether it's actually reported through the service directorates. And I just want to confirm that there is that restructuring going on right down through the council.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. I'm going to bring the Chief Executive in just shortly, and hopefully, and Lisa as well, who could perhaps address some of that, but I'm just going around members at the minute. Councillor Tolton.
I appreciate you're going to take the comments first and then sort of address them, so fair enough, but I think my point would be on this particular item today in front of us, it's really just about, we have a structure that we've agreed and there are different views on that, I totally accept that. But for this, I think this is really just about making sure whatever our appointment process is within the structure that we've got, that we have a look at it to make sure it's appropriate, totally happy with that. The other things, and I appreciate Councillor Marshall's raised a number consistently about that, that's maybe a different thing, but it's not unrelated to the fact that this is a post in the new structure, so I take that on board as well. But I think for today, happy to support the motion, as it were, as well, along with Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Dawn, do you want to respond to some of these comments?
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, members, for your comments, and thank you, Councillor Carruthers, for that proposal. And I'll start by saying that I'm going to restrict my comments really to, the matter in hand in terms of the item on the agenda. So whilst I recognise the comments made by Councillor Marshall, Councillor Wilson about the history around the structure, I'll deal with the point in hand today. So what I would say is that this is a critical role in our structure. As members know, it is one of the new assistant director roles with responsibility for a number of high-profile services that are important to members and important to communities. So, I'm very mindful of, the focus on the capital programme, the roads investment, flood schemes, and so those areas are really important to the council, and it's really important that we do have senior chief officer capacity in terms of leadership of those areas. In terms of the approach, as suggested by Councillor Carruthers, what I would say is it's always good to review process, absolutely, and welcome the suggestion to review the chief officer recruitment process. And as officers, we would absolutely support and engage in that process. And we have established mechanisms, members, for such activity. So as you know, we have our arrangements for cross-party member officer working groups, and that might be the route I would suggest that would be appropriate for this. And in this case, it could be chaired by the chair of EASC, but we would make sure that we had all of the professional input and consideration into that discussion, and it would be on a cross-party group. So that would be my suggestion in terms of the methodology for the approach. And to do this, as we had with mothballing, if you recall, members, we brought the scope to full council for consideration, so there's no ambiguity around what the purpose of the review is, and that would, ensure that we've got full council support for the review. So that would be part of the process. There's been reference to timescales in members' comments, and the motion put forward by Councillor Carruthers indicates a deferral to the next available council, and as Councillor Carruthers has indicated, that would be March. We've got a special council meeting early February in relation to the National Park. We have our normal February meeting, which is dedicated to the budget, and so we would be looking at March for the next available point at which this could be considered. And if we take into account the actual pressures on members in this next period and the availability of members to do a quicker piece of work will be severely restricted because it's budget period. You've got a number of significant matters coming forward for member consideration, not least the council's response to the National Park consultation and also the mothballing policy, which I know is high on members' agendas. So the workload over the coming weeks will be significant. And what I would say is if we're going to embark on a review, we need to do it well and not rush into it and then find that it was wanting at the end of the process. So the third area I just want to comment on is the impact on the Directorate and the assurance that's been sought around interim arrangements. The Executive Director will be in a position to confirm interim arrangements before the end of tomorrow. And that's a really positive position to be in, and there is absolute confidence that those interim arrangements will provide leadership to those services in the short term, and the Executive Director can comment on that herself. As we know, those services within economy and infrastructure have, however, have experienced instability over a number of years, not just in the recent past, but there have been temporary management arrangements for some time. And so, my concern, I suppose, is the need to bring stability into those services as soon as possible. So irrespective of the confidence in the interim arrangements, I think it's really important that we have stability in terms of those services moving forward. So for that reason, my proposal and response to Councillor Carruthers would be to run the recruitment to the Assistant Director post in parallel with a review as set out that would enable us to gain traction and secure a permanent appointment at the same time as learning the lessons. And if we look back, members, in terms of the recruitment undertaken by EASC, undertaken by members over a number of years, there have been, a high number of appointments made to chief officer positions over recent years, all really successful. And this is a suggestion at this point in time, given experience, that we move into that learning process. So there's nothing to suggest that the EASC process this time round wouldn't deliver a successful outcome in terms of appointments. So my strong advice to you would be to run the two in parallel, fully welcome, and we would embrace as officers the opportunity to do the review whilst at the same time enabling the Directorate and the service to gain some certainty and stability in a reasonable time frame around a permanent appointment. So those are my responses. I think it's really important that if we embark on a review, we do it well. We don't rush. We can give consideration to all of the relevant steps in the process, and that we move forward, with confidence in terms of future chief officer appointment. So those are my kind of comments and responses to Councillor Carruthers and the comments from other members, and maybe the Executive Director wishes to comment in terms of the impact on the Directorate. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn. As Dawn says, we'll be in a position tomorrow to announce the interim arrangements, and I'm absolutely confident in those arrangements in the short term. But I would echo Dawn's point that, particularly as a new Executive Director a new Directorate in place, I'm very, very keen that we establish that long-term vision, that long-term strategic direction, and having 3 permanent long-term chief officers within those posts is absolutely key and vital to me being able to do that. So whilst the risks involved in the interim arrangements are very low, and I'm confident in them, I would absolutely welcome the opportunity to get a permanent position into that post as soon as possible.
Thank you, Lisa. And just from my own satisfaction, what's the difference between now and tomorrow?
We're just finalising the arrangements as we speak at the moment. So, yeah, that's why the communication will come out tomorrow. We've just got a couple of final bits to sort before we'll be ready to confirm those.
Thank you. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Convener. So, first of all, I struggle to hear what the actual motion was. I don't know how the interpreters are keeping up. I'd maybe just ask if everybody could speak a little bit slower, because I'm struggling to hear, even in the room here. I absolutely welcome the assurances that the interim arrangements are going to be, robust and in place, and I think we would, absolutely welcome that. That has to be a priority for today's decision. So we've had that assurance, which is great. I welcome the comments from the Chief Executive that we need to do a review and do it well, but I have concerns as to how you can do a review but also continue in the process, because my concern is you do a review with outcomes, but if we've already started a new process without taking forward potential learnings from the process that we're reviewing, I would have huge concerns that we try and do those two things in parallel. And I appreciate there is a time scale, but for the sake of 12 weeks, potentially, I think we take our time, and that way we can, as the Chief Executive says, move forward with confidence that we have got the correct processes in place. So yeah, it would be useful if the motion could maybe even just be shared in the chat or emailed out. That would be really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hagman. I just want to kind of make the point with the sounds, because we had a similar thing in the last pensions meeting. And for whatever reason, whatever changes we made, it's quite clear that you've actually got to speak quite close to the microphone. So if you're sitting back, it doesn't seem to come across. So that's why I'm sitting with the thing right there. So Councillor Colours, can you just, for Councillor Hagman's sake, can you just rerun what you said?
Excellent. First class, I will do. I'll make a couple of comments as well. And I'll also ask Tracy, because I know Tracy's got a copy of the motion, if she could share that with members too, please, if that's possible. Is that okay? Thank you. Thanks very much. So the initial, so there's 2.1 or 2.2, Councillor Hagman. 2.1 was to defer the recruitment process until, I'll take the advice from our Chief Executive Officer, by the way, of till March in real terms, the first available full council meeting in March. And the second part to that was to agree to a piece of work to be undertaken to satisfy the council, being the 43 elected members, that the existing appointment process is fit for purpose, to be led by the Chair of Employment Appeals Subcommittee, and report back to the Leaders Panel in the first instance with an updated position, and then options to progress with full support from our Chief Executive Officer. And that still stands. So I take on the advice that's been given, but that still stands as a motion. So I don't know what to get involved at this moment in time. I would like to be reporting that personally to the leaders panel, and if they want to form a working group thereafter after the findings, and that would be up to them. If they want to establish that type of thing, but it's for me, I'm making it very clear that's for the Chair of Employment Appeals to report that to the leaders panel. Then it's for the leaders panel to determine what report comes back, what working groups get sorted out thereafter. No for me or for officials.
Thank you. Dawn?
Perhaps ask Vlad to comment on the governance route, because I suggested that, you know, a member officer working group would be the preferred option. I'll let Vlad respond to that. Just in terms of the timescales, for absolute clarity, the next available full council would be March, as I indicated. However, whether the work would be complete by March to enable you to take a decision to commence recruitment is highly questionable, because we want to do it well. There are huge demands on members' time and officers' time in this next period. And so I'm just, you know, the risk is there that we could have a significant period of time before we're able to commence recruitment, because of the time that would need to be taken to do a thorough, comprehensive piece of work that meets members' satisfaction. Thank you.
Thank you. Vlad, do you want to speak on the governance of this?
Yes, thank you. The normal route would be through that member officer protocol, and we've got that within the member officer protocol. I think the chief's highlighted the mothball example as to how that's carried out. It would be highly unusual for one elected member to be fully in the lead in terms of reporting and processing such a review. Is normally done in that member officer protocol scenario, so that there's that mix in views, and in essence that full report comes from that working group rather than from one single member.
I think it's a detail that was chaired by the Chair of Employment and Appeals. Is that correct, Councillor Quillers?
Sorry, I should have that now. So maybe we'll make it as clear and as obvious. Maybe I don't know if members maybe come and tell me if I'm making it clear and obvious to them. Maybe it's at a different level, but I mean it's to be led by the Chair of Employment Appeals Subcommittee. Then that's being myself. I'll report that to the leaders panel, and the leaders panel will decide how it progresses. Not me, not officials of the council. The leaders, the 5 leaders of this council will decide. They want to see a working group set up. They want to see a report being brought forward to another committee. And it's known, and that's as it stands. So going back to the point, just to be clear, so that isn't to start the appointment process now in parallel. That's left until this piece of work's been done, and my findings in real terms are presented to the leaders.
Thank you, Councillor Quillers. Have we any further comment? Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to be that members want something to be done. So whatever the appropriate governance arrangements are, that's fine. I'm comfortable with what's there, but if there's a way that, you know, if the process is sort of led or chaired by the Chair of Employment Appeals, it seems to sit in that kind of house anyway, that's fine. If other members need to be there and it's not just one member, that's fine as well. So I'm not too, it's the outcome I'm interested in, so that we've got a good robust process. So it probably seems appropriate the Chair of Employment and Appeals should be on there somewhere anyway, so, and seeing as he's brought it forward, maybe that's appropriate. As long as it satisfies, we do have a protocol that could, I'm sure, be made to fit around that. Thank you.
Thank you. And just because it's IEB doesn't mean it's always got to be. So, Vlad?
Yes, thank you. So can I just clarify that I think what I was alluding to is that what we've got in front of us at the moment doesn't mention a member officer working group as such, and therefore the process would be a member officer working group with the Chair of Employment and Appeals chairing that. Is that okay with Councillor Carruthers in particular? Because that would fit in with our governance.
And I'm looking at something different. I just read it there. Somebody's got the Jim. I've just realised that it's up on the screen because I'm looking at the one I just presented. Somebody's altered that. I don't know why. I just presented mine. That's not what I presented to full council. I can send a copy and paste if you wish. Have you got I could send it. I can resend it, Tracy, if you want. Well, that's maybe been amended to incorporate some of the comments, but I've been clear in regards to the comments that have been made. I haven't took that advice on board. I look to present the findings to the leaders, and the leaders will take that decision thereafter in regards to. Yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you. Lisa, do you want to come in?
Thank you, Convener. Yeah, I just want to revisit the potential impact on the department if we're not able to go to recruitment beyond March. So I think I'm comfortable in terms of the interim arrangements I have in place that, you know, we wait until March for being able to progress that recruitment. But I think anything longer than that is going to significantly impact on the department, our ability to set that vision, to give the stability to those services that, as the Chief Executive has already highlighted, have had significant instability for a number of years. So I think I'd just urge you to weigh up the risk of, if it's not likely that we're going to be able to commence recruitment in March, as a result of this process not being complete, then the impact for me is going to be, you know, really significant on the department and the council as a whole.
Thank you. Councillor Crothers, I'm going to propose that we just adjourn for 5 minutes so that you can get your motion in front of members exactly as you expressed it. So could we just have 5 minutes while Councillor Crothers sorts that out? Thank you. I had a piece of feedback there. I think that's sorted out. Councillor Crothers.
Thanks very much, Chair and members, for giving the chance, and Tracy for your assistance. So, a slight amendment to, it's more precise in its language, absolutely, so that the first one stays the same as it, by the way, of defer, but defer, well, it's incorporated into one. To defer the recruitment process for the post of Assistant Director, Transport and Infrastructure to allow for a piece of work to be undertaken to satisfy the Council that the existing Chief Officer appointment process is fit for purpose, to be led by the Chair of Employment Appeals Subcommittee, which will include a review of the job description and person specification of this post, and report back to the Leaders Panel in the first instance with an updated position and options to progress, with a full report from the Chief Executive thereafter, considered by full Council 27th of March. I'm happy to move that as an alternative to what I said earlier. I will come around all political groups after this decision has been made today, early in the new year, to pick up on points as well, before I go back to the Leaders Panel, and obviously the Chief Executive will be giving me support in as far as putting a report together. I'm happy to move that the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
I'm happy to second that. Thank you.
So we have a motion and a seconder. Are we happy to agree that? Agreed. No, Councillor Marshall.
And it's just some of the points that I raised as well. That it's really just confirmation that there is going to be a report coming back early next year with regards to overall restructure of the council, etc. Is that correct?
Thank you. That was my understanding, that at the March the 27th meeting, the report is coming back on the restructure and how that's progressing. Is that the case?
The report you're referring to, Convener, is the first of the evaluation reports on the Chief Officer structure, which, you know, if we were to follow the timescales, would be February. But that's our full council meeting, so we wouldn't take that report there. So it's planned to come to March. But that's the Chief Officer restructure.
Councillor Marshall.
So basically, it doesn't really confirm, because I did ask questions of whether or not there was actual restructuring going on further down, and it relates to this, you know, because if you agree the Chief Officer Management structure, and it has been mentioned previously, we discussed it, that there is restructure further down. So I just want some sort of confirmation that we will receive a report at some point on what that restructure further down the chain is within the council.
Thank you. Stuart, can you help us out with a further review of restructurings further down the council?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, happy to provide support. Obviously, any service or directorate that's carrying out restructure work should be reporting that through their normal reporting processes. However, as has been outlined, for the various update reports required on the back of the Chief Officer reshape, then any additional information about this work can be included within the narrative of those update reports. Thank you.
Thank you. Vlad, you wanted to come in?
Sorry, maybe not so much on that. It's just on the decision of full council, just to clarify that, that this will be through a member officer working group, or is purely one member to do and lead all of this with no member officer working group governance around it?
Just that's right. So it's the Chair of the Employment Appeals Subcommittee with support from the Chief Executive Officer. She can delegate to whoever the appropriate officials are in regards to putting that work forward.
Thank you. Well, now, no, I think the decision's been made, and I think we're quite happy to move on to the next item. Item 10, notice of motion, Galloway National Park proposal, report by Assistant Director, Governance and Human Resources. Before moving to the detail of the report, given its subject matter, can we first agree to remove delegation from Enabling and Customer Services Committee so that they may discuss it? Are we happy to remove delegation? Thank you. Members are asked to consider the notice of motion proposed by Councillor Dougie Campbell and seconded by Councillor Pauline Drysdale. The notice of motion is attached at the appendix to the report. Nick Evans, Democratic Services Manager, is here to assist members with any questions. Before I invite Councillor Campbell and Drysdale in to propose and second the motions, I just want to point out that we're not here having a debate about the benefits or the disbenefits of a national park. What we're here to discuss is the motion as presented. Because we do have a paper coming up to the special meeting in February, and people will get a chance to hear the views then. So can I invite Councillor Campbell to propose his motion?
Thanks, Convener, and thanks for making that clarification, because I think it is very important. So, members, there's no doubt that Galloway, being given preferred status as Scotland's third national park, has created passionate debate, particularly within the 3 proposed geographical areas, but also across the region and nationally. If there is to be a national park in at Galloway, it'll be this. That would be something, wouldn't it? If there is to be a national park in Galloway, it'll be the single most significant change to people's lives there in the area for around 30 years, and will have an impact on people's lives for generations to come. But at this stage, it doesn't matter whether we as individual councillors or collectively are for or against national park status. The ongoing consultation by Nature Scot has undoubtedly divided opinion across Galloway, and we've all received copious amounts of emails and phone calls from people who want to make us aware of their views on the national park and to know ours. But that's not what the motion is about. We as a council will have the opportunity at the special meeting of full council on the 5th of February to discuss and debate our formal consultation response to the Galloway National Park proposal. And it's really important that we reach a position then, as it will impact on us directly as a local authority and the people that we represent. This motion today, however, is simply calling on the Scottish Government to hold a local referendum following conclusion of the consultation phase and prior to any ministerial decision being made, and it's nothing more than that. As councillors, we often talk about local democracy, community empowerment, and giving our communities a say on the decisions that will affect them. And whatever your view, I hope that you can agree that such a significant change to people's lives should be determined by local people. Holding a referendum, of course, is a decision for the Scottish Government, and they very well may rule it out. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't stick up for the people we represent. We know and understand our communities in a way that Nature Scot and the Scottish Government can't. We can see the consultation has become divisive, but if we're true to the values we hold as a council, surely it's important to us that the people we represent are given a meaningful say in their own future. Members, the proposal for Galloway to be a national park is too big a matter to be decided on the basis of a consultation alone. Understandably, people feel passionate about this, and so they should. But all we're asking for is the Scottish Government to recognise the importance of giving our constituents a choice, yes or no. Please support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Councillor Campbell. The Galloway National Park Association states, a national park made in Galloway for the people of Galloway. Yet the vast majority of residents feel parts of the consultation process is flawed and possibly does not meet some of the national standards of engagement. A referendum is a clearer and fairer method of listening to our constituents with a straight yes or no. We live in a democracy, which is why I am seconding Councillor Dougie Campbell's motion for a local referendum funded by the Scottish Government, as the opinions of our local residents come first, whichever way it may go. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Drysdale. Open to any questions. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for bringing the motion forward. I think it's an excellent motion, very supportive of it. However, I would like clarification on one point where it says to enable those eligible in Galloway to vote. What is the definition of eligibility? because I have I have 2 or 3 constituents that have business in Galloway. Would they get the right to vote in that referendum?
Thank you, Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, thanks for letting me in, and thanks for that question, Andrew. I think that the point made in the motion is primarily around the fact that we have 3 separate proposed locations, and it does cause a lot of confusion. But ultimately, the referendum would be for the Scottish Government to decide on, and also to specify what the parameters of that referendum would be. I would expect, or I would hope, that it would include 16 and 17-year-olds to be able to vote in a referendum. But whilst I make the point about people being eligible, I think I was also making the point that that's the Scottish Government's position to take that decision.
Thank you. Councillor Ingalls.
Thanks, Convener. Yeah, elected members will be aware that we're in the middle of a consultation process on this designation. Through that consultation process, there's a document being produced and sent out to 52,000 houses. Within that document, the first question gives you the option to answer either support or you don't support. You support it, strongly support or strongly oppose the option. That's the first question. Now, personally, I think that going to a referendum on this is the wrong way to go. I think this consultation needs to be followed through right to the bitter end, and what this throws up will inform what's happening with this designation in Galloway. I cannot support this motion. I would be happier to focus on the consultation process. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a whole lot, just about everybody's put their hand up here, so I've got there's a list up there. I'm just going to follow it through. Councillor John Campbell.
Thanks very much, Convener, and thanks to the mover and seconder. Now, when I first got this report, I was wrestling with myself on a sort of on the basis that a motion like this potentially could influence an already ongoing consultation. Now, I've no axe to grind either way on this. It was just purely on that, and I was going to put in, that we do not withdraw delegation. However, on balance, and looking at what the proposers are actually saying in here, it's to add, calls on the council, calls on Scottish Government following conclusion of the consultation process. So I think it's actually in the wording, and the only concern, I mean, I've not got any questions, but I've got a few comments to make. If that is the case, and then obviously there's going to be a knock-on effect for the workforce for the council. That's clearly in the report under on page 4 under the workforce. So it's taking a lot of things into consideration, but it's not only just a referendum for Galloway, because there's other councils that are involved depending on the size of this national park. Now, it could be East Ayrshire, for example, South Ayrshire. We could propose that they have a referendum just for Galloway. However, what about the other areas that have an effect on this as well? So at the beginning, I thought it was premature because of the consultation that was going on. And I was hoping that maybe something like this would have came when we have our response in February. But however, I just thought I'd make those points, and I hope the mover and seconder took those into consideration, that there are other local authority areas, that could be impacted by this. Thanks.
Yeah, I think that's going back to the eligibility question. Now, Councillor Dorward, I realise you ended up getting put in the list towards the end, but I think you signalled earlier that you wanted to speak, so I'll just bring you in just now.
Thank you, Convener. Obviously, using your mobile phone doesn't work at the moment. Maybe I'll put my hand up in future. And Councillor Walters put his mobile phone as well to speak, so I appreciate that. Can I ask if Councillor Ingalls is moving an amendment to the motion? Can you clarify that, please?
Councillor Ingalls, are you proposing an amendment?
Thank you, Councillor Ingalls. I would like to second that, and here's the reason why. With the greatest respect to my esteemed colleagues Campbell and Drysdale, I would suggest they're putting the cart before the horse in this instance. Scottish ministers have made a statutory proposal, and the word here is proposal, to establish a national park in the Galloway area, which includes part of East and South Ayrshire, as well as Dumfries and Galloway. No decision has been made to establish a national park yet, and Scottish Government is, to quote Nature Scotland, keen to gauge the level of support for the proposal and alternatives to it. Council will be aware that this Nature Scot facilitated an initial consultation which is ongoing, and we in the Labour Group would encourage all citizens in all areas to have their say by completing it and participating in a three-stage democratic process, which includes 2 built-in consultations and finally, and only if agreed by Parliament, scrutiny of a draft designation order, where the public can provide views to constituency MSPs. I would suggest what's not democratic about that. So where does a referendum fit into this process? We in the Labour Group would say it doesn't actually, and here's why. It's debatable if this motion is competent, as it does not designate what prescribes Galloway. It's undemocratic as it disenfranchises citizens in South and East Ayrshire and the remainder of Dumfries and Galloway. Determining a national park is clearly set out in the National Parks Scotland Act 2000. This legislation does not include an option for a referendum. And finally, if via the statutory consultation process, a referendum is proposed by the participants in that process, Scottish Government can address this, which would be fair and democratic. This Council does not need to preempt the process. So, Council, I move that, if raised, the referendum question sits with Scottish Government as part of the statutory consultation process. If raised as part of the statutory consultation process, as outlined above, it is not within the remit of Dumfries and Galloway Council to decide whether or not to lobby them on this. We oppose this motion and agree and second Councillor Inglis' motion to amend. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Dorward. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Convener. So, considering my party affiliation, I'm quite a fan of referendums. I'm also half Swiss, and certainly referendums are used often in Switzerland. It's about empowering voices. It's about checking in with your communities. So I have no issue in supporting a referendum in this instance at all. I do have concerns. I note the comments about every household getting a survey. There's no free post envelope on that, so that's great if you've got a whole pile of stamps, and it's about how accessible is that. I don't know how, but I seem to have a real issue that I struggle to even post birthday cards sometimes because I'm not passing post offices. So if there was a free post envelope that had been attached to that big document, then I might have been more in favour of using that, but that simply wasn't the case. I think, Councillor Campbell spoke, very clearly and eloquently on this, and in your opening remarks, you referenced the meeting of the 3rd of February. I guess I've got a question in terms of governance, and we may or may not be able to answer this, but if we take a position today, how will that affect our formal response? And I appreciate they may be separate, but if we don't then reaffirm, we have to reaffirm the position today as part of that, because it would be a real shame if we came to a conclusion, whether obviously there will be a vote going forward now, but if we came to a conclusion and then we put that to one side, we didn't come back to it as part of our formal decision on the 3rd of February, and would that potentially lead Scottish Government to say, well, you didn't put it as part of your formal consultation, so we may discontinue, we may not actually even take into account of that. So in terms of the structure, the governance, to make sure whatever decision we make today is actually robust and actually can be embedded, how does that fit with our formal position on the 5th of February? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hagman. That's what I was trying to get across at the start, that we're really just discussing potentially whether we support a referendum really as part of the process as opposed to anything else. But Vlad, have you got anything to say?
Thank you, Convener. I think you probably summed that up. The motion as it stands is, as members will see within the papers, is to ask for that referendum to Scottish Government. That doesn't restrict the ultimate decision making around the response to that consultation from Council at all.
Thank you. Councillor Walters, I do see your name near the top of the list after all.
Thanks very much, Chair. No, I just wanted to agree with Councillor Dorwood about the support for the amendment, especially during the consultation period. It's not the time to be calling for a referendum. And on a sort of broader note, I think after Brexit we've seen the consequences of taking a binary referendum before the alternatives are properly set out, which I think we should be doing during a consultation period. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor McFarlane.
Withdraw because my questions have already been asked. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dennerley.
Thank you, Convener. So for the past 7 years, there's been a Scottish campaign for the National Park, and the Galloway and National Park Association have had this opportunity to engage in this process, and I feel that it would be appropriate at this time that we have a firm proposal and clear boundaries and powers and a model that can be considered during this 12-week consultation period, similar to the National Parks Act 2000 about not allowing a decision for a referendum, and so I would therefore support the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Convener. Yeah, I think some of it's been touched on already. I was encouraged really to get that clear separation of the process this council's involved in, which is, to have that view formed in the 5th of February meeting, which is fine. This seems to be sort of effectively out with the current consultation process, which is where politically we could end up agreeing to lobby the Scottish Government to say, by the way, can you have a referendum on this as part of your process? So it's really just a request, a lobbying position, and it's up to them. I'm confident that we can take a view as a council, which basically will deal with the technical aspects of the consultation, and I think that's totally appropriate. But otherwise, I don't see any reason why we can't ask the question. But I would say that there is the point about the, whatever designates the boundary of whatever the final sort of proposal is, that should be obviously maybe part of the franchise, if you like, for whatever the referendum is, to include if there are areas in other local authorities. But that's kind of for the Scottish Government to determine if indeed they actually respond favourably to our request. So happy to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ian Crillers.
Thanks so much, Convener. I quite like referendums as well. I've been lucky with the last two. I got what I wanted both times. But see, in regards to this particular year, so comfortable to support this by way of a proposal, but the only point, maybe clarity, because I was at a Nature Scott did a presentation, a meeting I was at on Friday past, and it potentially extended into Arndale South, potentially going back to the more than one option here. So to enable those eligible to vote in Galloway to vote, I wonder if you could consider, could that be expanded or not? But I'm certainly going to support it. I think nothing wrong with referendums. Asking a question, chance I'll get rebutted anyways, but happy to support it.
I think from what Councillor Campbell said at the start, the eligibility part of it is really down to if the Scottish Government decided to hold a referendum. Do you want to come in, Dougie, just to...
Yeah, if I could, and it's a good question to ask, and I think Councillor Dorward made the point about people outside the certain areas having a vote as well, and I wouldn't argue against that. It will affect us as a local authority if there is a national park. But if it's okay, I'll hold back. I've got some other comments to make if I could have the chance at the end of the debate, if that would just be very brief.
Thank you. I'll invite you in for a summing up. Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think a couple of members have already alluded to it as well, but it's just, and I do note that in the supporting paper from the Council, it does, under legal, it does actually cite the National Park Scotland Act 2000. And I'm just wondering, you know, on the competency and the legality of the motion, there could be two things that happen. We could ask for if it was successful today, we could ask the Scottish Government, you know, if they can arrange a referendum. But what weight would that have? Because I would think that if the consultation arrangements that apply to designation of a national park is within the 2000 Act, would then that require a change of the Act to allow that to have some weight?
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Councillor Marshall, for a constitutional question, which I wasn't prepped for. I had looked into this, to be fair. I think the position that we came to is for the Scottish Government to decide in terms of whether there can be a referendum. They've got their own legal officers in that regard, and they'll inform through that civil service the Scottish Government as to whether that's viable and what implications that would have on the Act. But I take your point, the Act's very clear about the process and it does not mention referendums within that. I can clarify that.
Thank you. Councillor Scobie.
Yes, Chair, coming in support of the motion, as I believe the motion does cover the points made by Councillor Dorwood, and it's about giving the people the democratic right to have the final say on the national park. And I'll listen to the amendment as put forward by Councillor Ingalls when he talked in terms of 52,000 documents going out. But that may not be the number of people who would be eligible to vote. So that 52,000 doesn't give everybody their democratic right in terms of who would be eligible to vote. So in that sense, it's really to give the people the final say as to whether they want a national park or not a national park. And as you rightly pointed out at the beginning, this is not about the merits or demerits. So in that sense, if we are in support of democracy, then we should give the people who then, once they have determined, and it's determined by the Scottish Government, and the motion does cover that very point. And it does also cover the point about after the conclusion of the consultation process. So it's to give over that democratic right, and that's what the motion is calling for, hence why I'm supporting the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Chair. Well, I certainly support the motion. You know, I think we need to give a strong voice to these people within the national park boundaries. It's going to be, their voices must be heard. A democratic process. I've been a councillor for maybe nearly 20 years now, well, coming up for 20 years, and I've never had as many emails about the national park and the pros and cons about it. And I think the we represent the people. They must have a chance for their voices to bear. So I support the national park, but I also like to say as well, if there was a referendum on the national park, I'd like to see all the businesses outside the national park have their say as well. But obviously there's a consultation running till February, so we'll need to wait and see that is. But I support the motion for the referendum.
Thank you. Councillor Jamieson.
Yeah, just very quickly, just to back up Councillor Crothers, I'm in favour of a referendum and I'll support it, but I do think we really need to look at eligibility for the whole of Dumfries and Galloway, because it will have an impact on everybody in Dumfries and Galloway, large or small.
Thank you. Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you. Just to sum up, I think we need to talk about the fact that all citizens in all areas need to be, that's been alluded to, and we need to think hard about that. The feedback that we've all been receiving is that the survey is only one survey per household. And if other people cannot access online, which is hugely prevalent, especially in the west of the region, they have no way, if they're elderly, of filling that survey in, which is one of the main reasons that we are looking to have a fair referendum for the people of Galloway. So the detail of that would need to be ironed out, and obviously after our consultation feedback with the help of full council in February. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Dempster.
Thanks, Convener. I'm no enthused about this particularly. If the council calls for a referendum, will we not then be somehow tied to support the outcome because we're asking for it? We're in effect, we're consultees. And as far as the democratic right of folk to determine, we gave them a democratic right when we stock transferred council houses in 2000. Everybody in a council house was entitled to make representation where they wanted to be part of a new created DGHP or no, and I think 34% responded. And I think what you'll find is you will get responses from those that are particularly placed in either the yes or no camp rather than everybody in Galloway. But no, at this juncture, I'll be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Chair. Just out of curiosity, when this was being drafted, the actual item, was there any thought given to actually engaging with South and East Ayrshire to find out what their processes are and what their discussions are? Are they considering a referendum?
Thank you. Can you address that when you're summing up, Dougie? We'll ask you. Or do you want to do it now?
I'll hold.
Thank you. Councillor Dorward.
Thanks, Convener. It's interesting that folk are turning round to having a referendum across the whole of Dumfries and Galloway, South Ayrshire and East Ayrshire. It's not within this council's remit to do that. And it's what I suggested is you can't have a referendum. So it's interesting it's been turned around to say you can have a referendum as long as you extend it to everybody in whatever area. I think that's a bit disingenuous and interesting that folk are actually using that as a reason to have one when actually it's a reason that you can't have one. Also, I find it interesting the SNP appear to be in principle supporting the motion for a referendum, as it's their government's national park proposal which outlines the consultation process, which gives all citizens in all areas where the national park is proposed to be sited the right to respond to a consultation twice. It's a three-stage process and there are two consultations. Citizens can respond twice to this. I don't understand what added value a referendum would add to a process already been agreed by Scottish Government and the Scottish Parliament. But if the SNP want to go against their own government, that's fine by me. This goes against the spirit of the consultation and an agreed legislative process. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to invite Councillor Thompson back in, and then I'll invite Councillor Dougie Campbell to sum up, and we'll move to the vote.
Thanks, Convener. I thought you only got one go at speaking to these things, but anyway, thanks for that. And it was just to say, I think when we're sitting in this chamber, we represent Dumfries and Galloway, and that's it. So, it's no contradiction, I think, for us to sometimes go against what the government does, because we are local councillors for Dumfries and Galloway, and I think that's where we should speak from. But thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell, do you want to sum up?
Yeah, thanks, Convener. And it's been a really interesting debate, and it's been enlightening to hear Labour Group's wholehearted support for the Scottish Government. That's got to be a first. In terms of Ayrshire, believe it or not, I did spend a lot of time thinking about that, as did Pauline. And although it's a relatively short motion, it was probably the hardest one that I've ever had to write. And it's been very precisely worded. So, as members know, we talk about the conclusion of the consultation process and before a ministerial decision is actually made. And of course, it's up to the Scottish Government whether, one, they authorise or hold a referendum, and secondly, who should be included in that. All I'm trying to do, and those that support this motion, is stand up for the people that we represent, the ordinary folk out there who don't have a voice, but their lives will be affected by the creation of a national park. And I haven't made a decision whether I support a national park or not. I just feel strongly that people should have a say in something as significant as this. And just to finally, to clarify the situation about the consultation, and there's been a lot of discussion during this debate on the fact that the consultation gives people their say. But as members know, we've had 2 seminars with Nature Scott. There are 3 proposed boundary areas. There are a lot of people that have got concerns about the way that the consultation has been carried out. I'm not going to make a comment on that. Other people can make their minds. But What I would say is that we don't know what Nature Scot are going to recommend. Neither do the people of Galloway or Dumfries and Galloway, for that matter. Nature Scot will make a recommendation to the Scottish Government on the basis of their consultation on what that national park should look like, what the board representation would be, what area it would cover, and what their remit would be. So people in Galloway are disenfranchised because although they've had the opportunity to participate in a consultation and make their views known, they won't have that opportunity once that consultation has been delivered to Mary Goujon's desk. So I would rebuff that suggestion that the consultation is sufficient and nobody else gets a vote in the matter. Again, move the motion, and I thank members for their support.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. So, Councillor Ingalls, you want to sum up the amendment?
Yeah, thank you. The motion's asking for people to have their say on whether there is or is not a Galloway National Park. The formation of that national park is not involved in this motion. So do you want to have a national park or don't you want to have a national park? That's what the motion is going to ask the Scottish Government for a referendum on. That has already been answered. The Cabinet Secretary for Rural Affairs and Tourism has already stated quite bluntly that there will be no referendum on a national park. So that answer's already out there. So I'm beginning to wonder really why this motion's on the table. I believe that we should be sticking with this consultation, and this consultation will throw up the answers that we need to go to the Scottish Government, and we will decide in February whether as a council we support this or we don't support it. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Ingalls. Vlad, are we ready to move to the vote?
I think so. Thank you, Convener. So I'll just summarise for members. We've got a notice of motion which is moved by Councillor Dougie Campbell, and seconded by Councillor Drysdale. And in terms of the amendment is the opposite and negative of that, which is to oppose the calling for the referendum as per the motion. Is everyone clear on the motion and amendment? And we'll go through the roll call as usual. Okay. Convener?
Motion.
Deputy Convener?
Motion.
Councillor Bell?
Motion.
Councillor Beretti?
The motion.
Councillor Blake?
Motion.
This motion. Councillor Brodie?
Amendment.
Councillor Dougie Campbell?
Motion.
Councillor John Campbell?
Abstain.
Councillor Ian Carruthers?
Motion.
Councillor Dashbar?
Motion.
Councillor Davis?
Motion.
Councillor Dempster?
Amendment.
Councillor Dennerley?
Amendment.
Councillor Dorward?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Drybrough?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Drysdale?
Motion, please.
Councillor Ferguson?
Motion.
Councillor Giusti?
Motion.
Councillor Hagman?
Motion, please.
Councillor Howie? Councillor Hislop? Councillor Ingalls? Councillor Jameson? Councillor Maureen Johnson? Councillor Jordan? Councillor Little?
Motion.
Councillor Lowe?
Abstain.
Councillor McFarlane.
Motion, please.
Councillor Marsh.
Amendment.
Councillor Marshall.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Scobie.
Motion.
Councillor Slater. Councillor Stevenson.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Stitt.
Amendment.
Councillor Thompson.
Motion.
Councillor Walters.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Wilson.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Wood, sorry. Councillor Young.
Motion.
Okay, as members will see, the total votes was motion 24, amendment 13, and therefore the motion is carried.
Thank you, Vlad. We'll now move on to item 11. Notice of motion, Climate and Environment Subcommittee, report by Assistant Director, Governance and Human Resources. Members are asked to consider the notice of motion proposed by Councillor Archie Drybrough and seconded by Councillor Dougie Campbell. The notice of motion is attached at the appendix to the report. Nick Evans, Democratic Services Manager, is here to assist members with any questions. Councillors Drybrough and Campbell, please propose and second your motion, after which I shall invite contributions and questions from other members. Archie, Councillor Drybrough.
Convener, thank you and the members of this House for allowing Councillor Dougie Campbell and myself to bring this motion forward. I've just remembered what Katie said about slowing down there and, you know, making sure the interpreters understand what I'm trying to say. I have to say that officers and members of the cross-party working group have had some very interesting and good conversations with actions being taken forward to the officers group on climate change. And we have seen some excellent in-council work, supported by Simon Fieldhouse and Sarah Farrell. Along with the other departments, we've seen a reduction in carbon emissions and energy usage, as well as support to all the projects that have similar objectives in place, the council leading on these changes. Thanks to Dougie when he was environmental champion for putting the 12-point action plan together. We knew that the 2025 was a hard target to reach net zero, but without that target, I do not believe that we'd have come as far as we have. Looking at what other councils are doing across the UK and with support from agencies such as Keep Scotland Beautiful, HOPS, Solace, Audit Scotland, APSI, we're doing okay. We're doing okay. It's now time to get some formal decisions made to reach our new targets for the council, then for the wider region. I believe that the best way of doing this is a subcommittee of the full council. We already have members on the cross-party working group who I believe can scrutinise and complement the next phase of this journey as part of that subcommittee. Our journey has really just started looking at procurement. We can improve our road to being net zero, look at investment opportunities to not do things better, but differently can improve our road to net zero. We need to look at the holistic approach rather than doing it bit by bit and get to that target on time or even ahead of the target dates that were agreed just this year. Decisions that can be made with better data and the fullest of information and reports will support us. So, Convener, I commend this motion to the Council.
Thank you, Councillor Drybrough. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Convener, and it's a pleasure to second Archie's motion. I wrote the 12-point plan, and I've got an apology to make. It probably should have been a 13-point plan. And if I could back in time, I would suggest that we did have a subcommittee. The working group has done some great work, even though I say so myself. But as Archie said, it's now time to formalise. We've now got a number of targets to meet. Previously, our 2025 target was the only one that we had. Clearly, that's not achievable, and there's reasons for that. But I think the case for a subcommittee is very strong, and I think it will also enable more members to participate actively in the decisions around climate and environment. So pleased to second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And as a member of the action group as well, I know we have actually carried out quite a lot of good work, and it possibly is a time to take it to the next level, I suppose. Is there any further questions? No? Everybody? Oh, sorry. A fellow member of the Climate Action Group, Councillor Beretti.
Yeah, I'm over here, Chair. Yeah, I'm proud to be part of this group. I did say to colleagues at the start, I think this is one and should be one of the most important groups in Council. Not diminishing the roles of other committees that we have in this Council, but as I spent a lot of time in Europe and I saw a lot of disasters personally, I saw villages getting wiped out, flooding well before what we saw in Valencia. And I've always been a believer that it's people that make the change, and we have to lead that change. It's no point saying it doesn't happen here. And if it doesn't happen here, it doesn't mean to say that consequences that we commit to here don't have impacts elsewhere in the world. So if we've got to send a message to our 31 councils in Scotland and elsewhere, we have to make these changes, and we have to make them serious changes. So some of the things that we've heard today, if they came in front of the climate group and a bigger body, then we would actually have some good responsibility in formulating and fashioning those things. And I really do believe this is the way forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Do we have any further comment or question? Nope. So are we happy to agree the motion? Thank you. So now move on to item 12, notice of motion, winter fuel payment cuts, report by head of thriving communities. Before moving to the detail of the report, given its subject matter, can we first agree to remove delegation from tackling poverty, inequalities and housing subcommittee so that we may discuss it? Are we happy to do that? Yep, thank you. Members are asked to consider the notice of motion proposed by Councillor Katie Hagman and seconded by Councillor Ben Dasper. The notice of motion is attached at the appendix to the report. Mark Malloy, Young People Manager, is here to assist members with any questions. Councillors Hagman and Dasper, please propose and second your motion, after which I shall invite contributions and questions from other members. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Convener. As I'm sure all members can appreciate, there was hesitation on whether this motion to full council should be withdrawn after the welcomed announcement 2 weeks ago that the SNP-led Scottish Government would once again step up to mitigate yet another harmful Westminster policy decision, this time at the hands of the UK Labour Party. However, this motion is about an overarching principle and policy direction of the UK Government, which has a direct effect on the funding to Scottish Government to the tune of £160 million. Of course, were we to be a normal, independent country, we would not be reliant on a policy set by another nation, but I accept that that is a debate for another day. To understand what the impact of this dreadful policy had had, I pulled together some data from Age UK, which was published last weekend in The Guardian. It was reported that 1 million elderly people across the UK are skipping meals, and 7 million pensioners say they are turning down their heating or reducing the hours they turn it on to help them cope financially. I'm sure we can all agree that this is unacceptable and morally wrong. Here in Scotland, it is estimated that 9,000 pensioners are missing out on winter fuel payment this year. And as we all know and experience regularly, we have colder, wetter and more severe weather in Scotland. I checked last night, and according to the Met Office, at 8 p.m, the temperature was literally freezing in Scotland, with 0 degrees in Edinburgh, 0 degrees in my home village of Creetown, but yet 5 degrees in Manchester and 7 degrees in London. The simple truth is this policy impact is going to be felt harder and deeper by pensioners and older people across Scotland and here in Dumfries and Galloway. While the motion recognises the debate in our Scottish Parliament, I wish to put on record my thanks to the Cabinet Secretary Shirley-Ann Somerville for making the right decision in bringing forward a universal winter fuel payment for next year. However, it's important to acknowledge that this only adds to the financial burden of policy mitigation that the Scottish Government are already doing, including such things as the bedroom tax, university fees and soon the two-child cap, to name just a few. It is important to remember the UK Government decision pulls £160 million out of the Scottish budget, and the cost of mitigating this could have been used to fund additional resources to the NHS, health and social care, and even here in local government. By supporting the motion, Dumfries and Galloway adds our voice to the demands of others, those voices which includes all the opposition parties in Westminster, charities, trade unions, and even potentially the Scottish Labour Party, who pledged to reintroduce winter fuel payments in Scotland, as stated by their leader, Anas Sarwar. We call on the UK Government to reverse this damaging UK policy to protect our pensioners and older people across Dumfries and Galloway. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ryman. Councillor Dashper.
Thanks, Convener. We do have a voice locally. I'm a bit far off pension age personally, but it is something that affects loads of people in the region. It affects our elderly people, our grandparents. I've still got grandparents. I think Councillor Hagman's, what she said, it speaks for itself, so happy to second. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Marshall.
Point of order, Chairman.
Who's speaking? Councillor Dempster.
Thanks, Convener. Just a point of order. The last bullet point on page 17, at the bottom of page 17, says, agree to lobby the UK Government to reinstate or reverse this damaging UK-wide policy. So any of us that are likely to benefit, should we not be making a declaration and leave the room? I'm asking the UK Government to give me more money. That's why I said some of us, Gail.
So are you suggesting that anybody of pension age should leave the room?
Well, we're asking the government to give us money. We're asking directly for us to have a payment made to us. So that's a declaration of interest, I would say. Aye, and any of it's a pensioner should leave the room, including me, by the way.
Thank you. Vlad, what's your position on that? We'll just ask it a lobby, don't we?
Thank you. Thank you, Convener. Yeah, you're absolutely right. This is a lobby position. You're not actually making a decision to award yourselves that, and therefore, although some might, yes. Also, I'm not doing a straw poll on ages either, so I think you're sound to make the decision based on the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Looking through the papers today, I mean, what a difference a full council makes. I think the last full council, the SNP leader, actually even invited us onto a slate, you know, to join in you know, actually managing committees, and it was all, we were all loved up, but now it looks as though that they've fallen out with us. So I don't know whether or not it's just kind of dawned on them that they got well and truly thrashed at the general election. But it's just in relation to this. It's strange that Councillor Thompson said just a couple of items ago that they're here not to represent the SNP, but we have the first of three motions that have nothing to do with local government decision making. But apart from that, I mean, we welcome the decision by the Scottish Government to use some of the extra $5.2 billion that is going into the Scottish Government as a result of the recent UK budget, and that's to extend the winter heating payment. And I think that's called devolved powers. The winter fuel payment is now a fully devolved benefit and called the winter heating payment in Scotland. Therefore, any decision by the UK Government on what happens out with Scotland would have no impact on Scotland. So contrary to the motion, there was no reduction in funding to the Scottish Government. In fact, over the next 2 years, there will be an increase in Barnett consequentials of $5.2 billion to the Scottish devolved budget from the UK Government, taking it to the highest ever level of $48 billion. And it is due to this extra money that the Scottish Government were able to fund additional winter heating payments which were announced last week in the Scottish Budget. However, I want to be a little bit more constructive in the following amendment, and I'll leave the SNP to grandstand. So my amendment is acknowledge the ongoing discussion within the Scottish Parliament on the winter fuel payment, acknowledge and welcome that the SNP Scottish Government have received the largest ever block grant in the history of devolution, and note that the winter fuel payment was devolved to the Scottish Parliament this year, and notes our disappointment that the Scottish Government did not roll it out as it should have done this year, given its record funding from the UK Government, and instead the replacement scheme called the winter heating payment has been pushed back until winter 2025. Move the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Could you provide a written copy of that, please? Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Convener. Just a question for the mover and seconder. There was £41 million sent as consequentials from the UK Labour Government as the extension of Household Support Fund, which supports low-income households with their energy bills. Would it be possible for them to tell me how much of that actually was passed on in Scotland? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hagman, can you help with that?
Can you repeat the actual figures? I'm struggling to hear. If people could speak a bit slower and clearer into the mic, that would help.
Sorry, I'll speak a lot clearer. The SNP received £41 million consequentials from the UK Labour Government as an extension of the Household Support Fund. This supports low-income households. Can the mover and seconder tell me how much of this was passed on to the Scottish people? Thank you.
So that would be a question for Scottish Government. Last time I looked, I'm not part of the Scottish Government, so I'm not able to respond to that question.
Thank you. Councillor Stitt.
Thank you, Convener. This is one of 3 motions today for the SNP that has nothing to do with local government, which shows how little SNP councillors will say about the running of the council. It's also very telling we've had more motions from the SNP attacking Labour after being in power for 6 months than they proposing 14 years of Tory government. I suppose that's expected from the SNP in Dumfries and Galloway, who spent many of those years in coalition in the council with the Tories, clearing their comfort zone. I'm happy to second the amendment.
Oh dear, I think there was a variety of different colours of administration, to be fair. So, Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks very much, Convener, for letting me in. I think just to clarify, I thought the autumn budget is actually for next financial year, not this financial year. So this financial year was set by last year's Tory government. So let's get it right before we start chucking stains. The thing here is we've got to take into account is, yes, it's not directly attributable to us, but we undoubtedly will be asked to mitigate. When people come to the doors with the department across the road there saying they've got no money, they've got no food, nothing else, we will be expected to support them. That's why it's important for us to discuss this today. There's another bit in this that is, as an ex-Labour Party member, I'll say this, right? Keir Hardie will be burling in his grave when he saw the first thing they did was cut payments to pensioners. Now, the big problem here is the unfairness of the pension system, right? And who is entitled to winter fuel payment, and you have to be on pension credit. And pension credit is wholly dependent on when you were born. There are significant numbers of people who were born after that date who are on the new rate of pension, which puts them £2 a week above the pension credit rate. That is the landslide that is coming towards us. Not the people who are currently in terms of benefit, it's the ones who will now be facing hardship because they do not qualify for pension credit. Right? So that is why it's really important that we actually do something about this, and pension credit is still reserved to Westminster at this moment in time. The quicker it gets up to Scottish Government, I would suggest the better. right? Because we can't depend on either government down there to actually look after our pensioners properly. That's why I'd be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, I'm really supporting both the motion and the amendment, if that's at all possible, because I'm looking at it in terms of our counterparts in England, and I don't think that the UK government took the right decision in removing that in the first place. I think they could have found other ways of affecting the savings that they wanted to achieve. So in the sense, this is, that I would have preferred they had kept the winter payment and looked for other means of finding that savings. So it's rather than an amendment, if it could be an addendum, because I think we should be writing to both governments in terms of bringing forward that heating allowance that Sean has spoken about. So in that sense, it's not an amendment, but more an addendum. I would hope that they would accept, the Labour group would accept, still recognising that we've got counterparts in England who will benefit from this motion. So it's really supporting both, but it's trying to find a way of doing that and putting forward, rather than an amendment, as an addendum.
Thank you, Councillor Scobie. And I think we'll have to look to see if we can get another column on the spreadsheet with all of the above beside abstain. Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Convener. I don't want to descend into individual comments, but I think I always take the view that as an elected member of Dumfries and Galloway Council, if there's things that happen by the actions of another government, including the Scottish Government, and I think we had that in the last one of the National Park, where it's like, I can say the same again, I'm here to represent this council in terms of the people of this region, and if there's things that have an unnecessary or painful effect on them, and nobody's disputing that the UK government took this decision and it's had an effect. So, and the terms of the motion are just that, it's just to contact the UK government and say, can you reverse this decision because it's harmful? The numbers speak for themselves. I don't really need to say anything more than that, and just to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. That's quite a simple motion. Councillor Driver.
Yeah, thanks very much, Convener. And, I wish 20 years ago that there was no budget cuts for local authorities, and we find ourselves in a position that we're blaming everybody for everything, and it's usually the UK government or the Scottish government that gets the blame for doing things. The fact of the matter is that the Scottish government have got responsibilities and duties that they've got to do, and they're not doing them. They've been given a large amount of increase in the last budget there, which they could easily ensure that pensioners and things like that could actually afford the heating that they deserve. But the fact of the matter is that this is an attack on the UK government, as it's always been by the SNP group in Dumfries and Galloway. The UK government, regardless what colour it was, has always been attacked by them. And there are, as I said, there was three motions coming forward attacking the UK Labour government. But the fact of the matter is that they are not holding up to their position of making sure the country's run properly and our local authorities get funded properly.
Thank you. Councillor Marshall, did you have a seconder for your amendment? Councillor Stitt, thank you, just for clarity. Now, as to Councillor Scobie's suggestion, are you happy to adopt or not?
Chair, no.
Thank you, that's straightforward.
Chair, can I put forward a counter then to see if we can get a seconder? Can I put forward a counter amendment?
Well, Willie was in first, so
just to say that we also write to the Scottish Government asking them to bring forward the proposal for the winter fuel payment as a counter amendment to the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Agman, was that potentially what you were going to suggest?
It was, Convener. I think, where we can get agreement, I think it's really important. I certainly stand by the notice of motion. I'm not going to go into the he said, she said, whoever said, but I take the point, and certainly there was an announcement of the £42 million support package that Shirley Ann Somerville made funding for councils, and I think there would be no harm for us to write to Scottish Government to request further clarity on that funding, which would then hopefully allay some of the points that Councillor Scobie had raised. But I'm happy, I think that would, well, in my view, I'd be quite happy to include that. I'll check with my seconder, but yeah. Yes?
It's okay.
Yes.
Excellent. I'm glad you got permission. Councillor Marshall, are you still happy just to go with your amendment as was? Yes. Thank you. Well, in that case, we'll move straight to the vote. Are we ready, Vlad?
Yes, thank you. I'll clarify again in terms of the motion. The contention has ended. So if we could maybe unend it, that would be great. Yes, please. Yeah, just into the. We'll just clarify the motions first and amendment. In terms of the motions, there's been a slight revisal and change to that to include writing to the Scottish Government as well as part of that. And in terms of the amendment, as you see it on the screen, which is acknowledge and welcome the ongoing discussion with the Scottish Parliament on winter fuel payment, acknowledge the SNP Scottish Government have received the largest ever block grant in the history of devolution, know that the winter fuel payment was devolved to the Scottish Parliament this year, and notes our disappointment that the Scottish Government did not roll it out as it should have done this year, given its record funding from the UK Government. Instead, replacement scheme called the winter heating payment has been pushed back until winter 2025. So that's the amendment, and that was put forward by Councillor Marshall and seconded by Councillor Stitt. And I should have said, in terms of the motion, obviously put forward by Councillor Hagman and seconded by Councillor Dashbar. Is everyone clear on the motion and amendment?
Just clarification, Chair, that it does include the writing to the Scottish Government to bring forward a winter fuel payment.
Councillor Hagman.
So the clarity, or for clarity, I'm happy to include in the motion that we write to the Scottish Government to get details of the additional £41 million support package, which includes the 20 million welfare fund and the 20 million for the Warmer Homes Scotland scheme. That was the funding that I was asked directly about. I don't have an answer on that one, so I'm happy to include that we get that direct information from the Scottish Government on that additional £41 million.
Okay, that's no on Councillor Scobie's suggestion. Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, it's just so we are writing both equally to the UK and the Scottish Government and asking them to bring forward, not to wait till the winter of 2025.
Just for clarity, the £41 million as announced was for this financial year. So that is for this financial year. That's not for next year.
Thank you. We're happy to go to the vote then.
Are all members clear on the motion and the amendment? Yeah. Okay, we'll proceed to the roll call. Convener?
Motion.
Deputy Convener?
Motion.
Councillor Bell?
Motion.
Councillor Beretti?
Motion.
Councillor Blake?
Motion.
Councillor Dougie Campbell?
Motion.
Councillor John Campbell?
Motion.
Councillor Ian Carruthers?
Motion.
Councillor Dashbar?
Motion.
Councillor Davis?
Motion, please.
Councillor Dempster?
Amendment.
Councillor Dennerley?
Amendment.
Councillor Dorward?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Dryborough?
Amendment.
Councillor Drysdale?
Motion.
Councillor Ferguson?
Motion.
Councillor Giusti? Councillor Giusti? Okay, we'll come back to that one. Councillor Hagman?
Motion, please.
Councillor Howie? Councillor Ingalls?
Motion.
Councillor Jameson?
Motion.
Councillor Johnson?
Motion.
Councillor Jordan?
Amendment.
Councillor Little?
Motion.
Councillor Lowe.
Motion.
Councillor McFarlane.
Motion.
Councillor Marsh.
Motion.
Councillor Marshall.
Amendment.
Councillor Scobie. Councillor Slater.
Motion.
Councillor Stevenson.
Amendment.
Councillor Stitt.
Amendment.
Councillor Thompson.
Motion.
Councillor Walters.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Wilson.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Young.
Motion.
And one last check. Councillor Giusti. Oh, okay, Councillor Giusti's put in a motion. Is that added? Has that been added? Okay, so that's the final result. This motion, we have 26 votes. Amendment, we have 10, and therefore the motion is carried.
Thank you. We'll now move on to item 13, notice of motion, employers' national insurance contribution increase, negative impact on Dumfries and Galloway, report by Executive Director, Enabling and Customer Services. Before moving to the detail of the report, given its subject matter, can we first agree to remove delegation from Enabling and Customer Services Committee so that we may discuss it? Is that agreed? Yep. Thank you. Members are asked to consider the notice of motion proposed by Councillor Stevens Thompson and seconded by Councillor John Campbell. The notice of motion is attached at the appendix to the report. Gillian Ross, Interim Chief Financial Officer, is here to assist members with any questions. Councillors Thompson and Campbell, please propose and second your motion, after which I shall invite contributions and questions from other members. Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Convener. Yeah, so the motion is as before you, and I think the report fairly accurately sums up the situation. I think it's no secret that across this region and across the country that a lot of public bodies, not just public bodies, and I think that's the point I'll get to, are immediately trying to calculate what impact this is going to have on, before you even get to a budget setting process, what's it going to cost for what we're already doing in terms of our staff complement and what we're able to deliver. I think the other key point, especially for this region, is that that's all very well for local authorities, and that's our initial concern. And once again, I maybe have to repeat the fact for those who need reassurance, is that I'm thinking of this primarily from the point of view of somebody who's representing this council. But I know that this council, and part of its council plan and the way we work, is all about partnership. So we work with the NHS, they're facing the same trouble. We work with the third sector, they're facing the same trouble. We work with the private and voluntary sector in terms of our care commissioning, they're facing the same trouble. All our contracted out services like chemists, pharmacists, GPs, all the rest of it, facing exactly the same bother. Private businesses, which we want to support in terms of boosting the economy, all facing the same problem. So I think that while I do welcome, and it does mention it in the report, that there will be some funding coming from the UK government to address some of this, which makes it think it's a wee bit ill thought out. I think the impact on this region, and that's what my primary concern is that there are so many things that we try and deliver in the name of public service, not just by us, that's going to be affected by this national insurance contribution for employers, and that's why the motion's here. So I would urge you to support it. What we're asking for is a recognition of the wider ramifications of that, because it reaches very far, and I'm sure anybody who knows anybody who has a job will realise that they're going to be affected by this, because their employer is going to have to find ways to cover that cost. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor John Campbell.
Thanks, Convener. Yeah, I'll start off by making a statement of connection again, because it does mention about transport providers, and my role in Swestrans is one of the things that concerns me, because that funding has to come from, or predominantly from the council. So the operators who will be going through the procurement process early next year, again, this is going to have a knock-on effect on any funding. We've already been cap in hand to the council this year, and possibly the same again next year, but I'm happy to second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any comments and questions on this? Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Convener. So, let me
just make sure everybody can hear me. Firstly, I'd just like to make the point that since the SNP put forward their motion, the UK government has allocated £300 million specifically for national insurance, which is the Barnett formula share. The £300 million is also in addition to the extra £1.5 billion coming to the Scottish Government from the UK Government this year and the £3.4 billion next year. With the £300 million, that will take the Scottish Government funding allocation from the UK Government to £48 billion, the highest devolution settlement on record. Every year, this council rightly criticises the cuts that have been made to this council's budget. The decisions taken by the Labour government will see an increase in spending. Therefore, I would like to ask the mover and seconder of this motion, given the huge hole in the public finances that Labour inherited, where would they make the cuts without this extra funding coming to this council, and where do they think the extra £5.4 billion from the UK Government to the Scottish Government should be funded? I think we all agree that the biggest negative impact on this council is the abysmal settlements from the Scottish Government over a number of years. I would say it makes more sense to have unity on this important issue, and particularly in light of the Causel's recent statements on the Scottish budget and their commitment to work constructively with the Scottish Government on the budget, to recognise that the £300 million has been allocated to the Scottish Government specifically for national insurance, and that there are ongoing discussions, and recognise that the local government funding is about more than just the national insurance. We need to support lobbying on the fiscal framework to give councils more flexibility and recognise that the big decision that will impact on the council's finances is the Scottish Government budget being agreed in January, and we shouldn't be ignoring that. Therefore, I would like to move the following amendment: that this council notes that the UK Government budget will result in an additional £5.2 billion of funding for the Scottish Government over the next 2 years, notes the consequential increase in funding for local government proposed in the recent Scottish Government draft budget. It recognises that it will take more than a single year settlement to restore the financial position of local authorities, and agrees that the Council should support Causel's continued engagement to progress the fiscal framework with the Scottish Government to give councils greater flexibility over their budgets. Their continued lobbying to ensure that the settlement to local government ensures that councils and partners are adequately financed to cover the cost of national insurance, and their continued engagement with the Scottish Government and Parliament to ensure that local government receives fair funding to support local services, in particular social care, when the final Scottish Government budget is agreed. Thank you.
Thank you. And do you have a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Stevenson, thank you. I'll just bring in Councillor Stevenson, do you want to speak as well?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, quite happy to second. And I'm glad that the subject of the private sector was raised as well. And just to highlight that the UK budget actually included provision for business rates for retail, hospitality and leisure. It was 75% this year in England. It was 40% next year. And that for retailers hasn't been passed on from the Scottish Government. So what the Federation of Small Businesses said is that the Scottish Government budget was a bitter pill to swallow for small and struggling retailers. So I'm glad the SNP has acknowledged what its government has done to the retail, hospitality and leisure sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Leader, you want to come in as well?
Yeah, thank you. And I'm going to keep this solely to the impact on our region. Absolutely no kicking at either governments in any way, shape or form, in part because we don't actually have the totality of the figures yet and are unlikely to have until January. So I raised this at Enabling and Customer Services recently. I'm very concerned about the impact that this is going to have, particularly on our partners, our third sector partners within the region, a number of which have already contacted me to say this could be a cliff edge for some of them. We've got 98.8% of our businesses in the region who are small to medium-sized enterprises employing less than 30 people in a low-wage economy. And the impact of these ENICs is going to have a devastating impact on some of our businesses. So on that basis, and on the basis that I want to protect the Commission services, the third sector services and our partners' work, but also our rural economy with very vital businesses, I am very happy to support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Bell.
I've also got concerns about this, employers' national increase. It's affecting a lot of people. I spoke to a business owner the other day. It says it's going to cost him roughly £65,000 to £70,000, and he says he can't increase his prices within his shops. And he was saying to me he's thinking about job losses. So there could be job losses here. I'm an employer as well, and I've got to take the boot as well as everybody else. But some of these businesses are struggling at the moment. They're struggling with energy bills. They're struggling with various things. So I feel it's it's hitting a lot of businesses, and I've got concerns about the job losses, and I don't want to see job losses in this region. As at the moment we're struggling to get people back into work, and I think it's just, I support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Beretti.
Thank you, Chair. I don't need a script for what I'm about to say. There's quite a few of us in here who have been small businessmen and business people over times, and national insurance is one of those things that you have to play in with your profits and margins and bottom line. Who it actually hits is not just the employer, but it also hits the people who actually then have to pay extra to account for the businesses who have to try and make extra cash to pay their employees and to pay all their expenses. So this is just phenomenally stupid as far as I'm concerned to increase national insurance. And it's going to hit everyone in this region. It's not just this region, the whole of Scotland.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson, you want to come back?
Yeah, I would actually. Thank you, Convener. I've sat in a few committees now, and we're now in full council, and it's been brought up time and time again about people reading off of scripts. There's many, many reasons why people need to write stuff down and read them out. We go through what the menopause strategy on this council. We know many women of a certain age, get brain fog. I personally suffered from long COVID. If we want to be inclusive, then we need to actually start acting like we are inclusive, and appreciating that, yes, some people do need to write stuff down. Thank you.
Yeah, trust me, I get brain fog as well. Councillor Marsh?
No, I mean, and Councillor Stephen raises a good point. I watch quite a lot of the meetings online, and it's now been mentioned on a number of occasions about people reading from scripts or being prepared. Is that, when you did homework, did you not prepare your homework? So, I mean, it should be respect to everybody, whether or not they're actually reading from a script or actually just speaking, off the cuff. To be honest, I think I prefer listening to people that are actually talking to something they've thought about and written down, because half the time in here, when you hear some of the members going on and whittering on, then I'd rather prefer the former than the latter.
Thank you. I think for the purposes of the rest of this meeting, we'll just draw a line under whether somebody's reading off a script or whether they're talking off the cuff. So, have we got any further points on this? Councillor Dorward?
Half reading from a script and half doing it from my head, depending on what happens. And I've passed the menopause, so I'm okay about that. The background here is interesting. So if I can just go over that, the SNP have made cumulative cuts of over £6 billion from local government since 2013-14. That hasn't been mentioned by either the SNP or the Tories. Local government has already borne significant funding pressures for more than a decade, with the proportion of the Scottish Government budget going to local government falling from 34% in 2013-14 to 28% in 22-23. Much more, which means that the government has made a proportionally deeper reductions in local budgets than their own budget. Haven't heard a thing about that recently. This seems to be, we're okay with that, just happens, it's what it is, we need to make cuts, we need to make savings. This council has made £130 million worth of savings in 15 years, and £10 million of savings next year, or cuts, followed by £10 million the next year and £10 million the year after. And why am I saying that? Because Councillor Wilson actually asked any other member of a political group to say what would they do to fill the black hole in both the Scottish Government budget of £1.2 billion, which the IFS and the Auditor General have said very much is of their own making, and the £22.2 billion black hole inherited by UK Labour government. Only the UK Labour government have made the brave decisions to tax appropriately to save the public sector. Yet all we get from the SNP and the Tories is it's not enough. Somebody has to make brave decisions to save the public sector so we can build on that and build the economy. I haven't heard anything from either of the Tories or the SNP on a good suggestion to raise that 40 billion taxes is actually saving the public sector in this country. I'd like them to come. It'd be really interesting if somebody had come along with a suggestion, because all they're doing is whinging and moaning and carping about things and not actually coming up with any suggestions at all. It's interesting that things can veer from local to national when it suits people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do remember some debate and lobbying in the past about our budget settlement, but we'll go over to the leader.
Yeah, I don't think that this is particularly, certainly not from me personal, on any government of any colour over any period of time. And I've consistently said that I will write to any government to defend Dumfries and Galloway's position. I was equally happy to do so when a Conservative government was in power in Westminster, and I've consistently written to them in both my local role and my national role. This is about representing Dumfries and Galloway, and that to me is the key thing.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Is this to sum up, basically, or?
Your name's appeared in the list, and I think we're actually getting to the stage where we've basically exhausted the discussion on this subject. So I think your summing up would be useful. And then I can ask, who proposed the amendment? Was it Councillor Wilson? I'll ask Councillor Wilson after that to sum up her amendment. So if you...
I mean, I'm happy to let the amendment go first if it's whatever the process is, but if it's for me to sum up, happy to do that.
Well, Councillor Wilson, do you want to just do a brief summary of your amendment?
I think my amendment spoke for itself, so I don't really feel I need to.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, thanks for that, and thanks for the range of contributions on this particular item. I think the notice of motion is, again, I've tried to keep it as simple as possible because it's just clearly just to note the impact that employers' national insurance contributions will have across the region, including the public sector, but I think it goes way beyond that, and I think that characterises the nature of our region and the way that we work with our partners and other providers. And all we're doing is agreeing to write to the UK government directly because this is a decision taken by the UK government, so it seems fitting that we aim our attention where the source of the decision was taken. And I think it's, to me, that's the simplest, most obvious and direct way to do this. And it's really just to seek the support from this chamber. And I appreciate there's other views. I would say on the point of it would be great to be independent in Scotland and be a currency issuer, for example, and then we could decide as a government how we were going to fund things. At the moment, we're kind of not in that situation, so we have to rely on a block grant. So a bit like in item 5, where the public were saying, how would you divide up the fixed budget you've got to prioritise against the services? It's the same sort of thing when we're in the Scottish context. So it's an easy example to grasp. We have a budget gap usually every year. We don't need a thinking gap. Do you know what I mean? So I think I would just propose the motion as it is, and I think we just go to the vote if that's what it takes. Thank you.
Thank you. We will indeed progress to the vote. Thank you. Vlad.
Thank you, Convener. And I'll just, again, in terms of the motion, which is proposed by Councillor Thompson and seconded by Councillor Campbell, as per the papers that have been published, and the amendment is, I propose not to read all that out, if that's okay with members, and they're clear what the amendment is. It's on the screen for everybody to see. And if everyone's happy with the amendment as moved by Councillor Wilson and seconded by Councillor Stevenson, we'll move to the roll call. Just bear with us. It's been a bit slow, apologies. It's just the system. There we go. Okay. So, Convener.
Motion.
Deputy Convener.
Motion.
Councillor Bell. Motion. Councillor Beretti.
Motion.
Councillor Blake.
Motion.
Motion. Councillor Dougie Campbell.
Motion.
Councillor John Campbell.
Motion.
Councillor Ian Carruthers.
Motion.
Councillor Dashford.
Motion.
Councillor Davis.
Motion.
Councillor Dempster.
Motion.
Councillor Dennerley.
Amendment.
Councillor Dorward.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Drybrough.
Amendment.
Councillor Drysdale.
Motion.
Councillor Ferguson.
Motion.
Councillor Giusti.
Motion.
Councillor Hagman.
Motion, please.
Councillor Ingalls.
Motion.
Councillor Jameson.
Motion.
Councillor Maureen Johnson.
Motion.
Councillor Jordan.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Little.
Motion.
Councillor Lowe.
Motion.
Councillor McFarlane.
Motion, please.
Councillor Marsh.
Motion.
Councillor Marshall.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Slater.
Motion.
Councillor Stevenson.
Amendment.
Councillor Stitt.
Amendment.
Councillor Thompson.
Motion.
Councillor Walters.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Wilson.
Amendment, please.
And Councillor Young.
Motion.
Okay, as members will see, we have 25 for the motion and 9 for the amendment, and therefore the motion is carried.
Thank you. So now move on to item 14, notice of motion protecting Dumfries and Galloway's rural economy, report by Executive Director, Economy and Infrastructure. Before moving to the detail of the report given its subject matter, can we first agree to remove delegation from Economy and Infrastructure Committee so that we may discuss it? Agreed. Thank you. Members are asked to consider the notice of motion proposed by Councillor George Jameson and second by Councillor Stephen Thompson. The notice of motion is attached at the appendix to the report. Steve Rogers, Head of Economy and Environment, is here to assist members with any questions. Councillors Jameson and Thompson, please propose and second your motion, after which I shall invite contributions and questions from other members. Councillor Jameson.
They want me to speak. Okay, thank you very much, Convener. Just for the avoidance of doubt, this motion is in support of a very, very important part of this constituency. The potential withdrawal of what has become colloquially known as the farmer's tax. Just excuse me. And for the avoidance of any other doubt, as a council, a part of our responsibility is to stand up for the interests of our constituents, and we have a clear remit to lobby whoever imposes anything that might damage our constituents. So this is an ask for the council to lobby the UK government. So Dumfries and Galloway, we're asking that Dumfries and Galloway Council agrees to lobby the UK government directly and through COSLA to delay any changes to the inheritance tax. This is what they call the agricultural property relief tax, unless for those that aren't aware of it, so that working commercial farmers, including owner-occupiers and tenant farmers on long-term secure tenancies, as well as the many other rural stakeholders that rely on that supply chain, can be engaged with and consulted about the UK's budget effects on our local rural economy in Scotland and in Dumfries and Galloway. As a council, we are concerned about breaking this vital link between funding for Scotland's farmers and our landmass, and changes to agricultural property relief that will affect succession planning in farms locally and throughout Scotland. Dumfries and Galloway should seek a tax system that supports rather than hinders orderly succession planning and the transfer of land to the next generation of custodians, but also recognises that land tax systems should be progressive by asking those with the greatest means to contribute more to our well-being economy. We also asked Dumfries and Galloway to urge the UK government to take forward ways to devolve land taxation to Scotland, that the Scottish government devolves to local authorities or as close as possible to the communities where it is generated, so that any wealth arising from taxing local land transactions can be kept as local as possible for greater community benefit. Council agrees to lobby UK government directly and through COSLA UK Minister said the move will not affect small farmers and is aiming at targeting wealthy landowners who buy up farmland to avoid paying income tax. Jeremy Paxton and the Dyson of this world do not live in Dumfries and Galloway. The land is owned largely by owner-occupier farmers, small businesses with stretched profits and margins, with a very, very powerful supply chain working against them. We're quite happy that tax dodging, or whatever you want to call it, is utilised by the government to help hospitals, education, etc., etc. But the reality is that while large non-farming investors are the UK government's target, it should not be family farms who have grown their business, invested in land, infrastructure and technology to gain from the benefits of economies of scale, reacting to tight and uncertain margins. These family farms now face a financial burden which many will not be able to carry. That goes along with the anxiety that's produced by this sudden change of policy. So these families remain micro-businesses. They produce food, they manage the environment and landscape, and are not tax dodgers. I can speak with some authority on this in that I've been a family farmer. I've worked as a consultant to farmers for the Scottish Agricultural College. I've seen scores of farm accounts, and I can assure you the profitability of a farm bears no relation to the investment that has to put into that farm. So I would ask that this council should ask and lobby for a delay in the inheritance tax so that there can be a proper consultation process. The argument I would put is, regardless of the good intentions of the UK government, there's a complete naivety about how a rural economy works, particularly in agriculture. They're making decisions at the Treasury in London without even discussing it with their own officials at DEFRA, far less Scotland, Wales or Ireland. So I would ask that we ask for a delay to changes in inheritance tax and, importantly, explore ways to devolve land taxation to Scotland.
Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Convener. Yeah, so I think, again, this is maybe one where, whatever the intention might have been, I think the impact on this region is one where we feel the effects because of our agricultural and rural businesses and supply chains, etc. And I think we have to stand up for those parts of the economy. The other thing, I think, I suppose in terms of trying to do things differently, I think one thing we would like to see is a way of keeping wealth in the communities, whether that's called community wealth building or whatever. But where the wealth is generated, I think it's fairly natural, I think, for people to think that, well, there should be some of that wealth kept in the region to improve the region, and whether that's in the form of a devolved taxation through COSLA or ways of doing that through Scottish Government or from the UK Government, either way it would need to be devolved in some fashion to here. And I think, given that land is one of our biggest assets, we could benefit from that in many other ways if we're able to lobby and ask for a change to how that's done. I'll second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
Well, thanks for bringing this motion forward. I think most people will know that around the room I'm an NFU member and I'm also a farmer. This is certainly a bitter blow to the family farms this government has done to target what this government has done. It does not target the large companies or investors as they set up trusts to avoid inheritance tax, just to let you know. Also, tenants on a large estate will be affected by the value of the livestock basic payment scheme and the value of the tenancy in the open market. I can see farmers faced with this tax evicting tenants from cottages and workers being evicted to pay for this tax. Even the former MP George Galloway supports the farmers, and former Shadow Chancellor Ed Ball said this is a bad move. Caught to inheritance tax. The NFU were not consulted about this proposal and they were not being listened to. I feel this is an attack on the rural economy as so many people are reliant on agriculture in Dumfries and Galloway. Stating £500 million could be raised by farm tax. Farmers pay income tax, council tax, capital gains, insurance tax. Now the government is looking into a fertiliser tax. I forgot to add on stamp duty, we're paying that as well if we do reinvest. The government are giving millions to foreign farmers. How about supporting our own farmers in the UK or in Dumfries and Galloway? It's about time. One Labour former advisor said in GB News the other night, in GB News, we could raise billions we could raise $7.5 billion of raising 1% in corporation tax and online gambling tax. So, Councillor Dollar, that's one budget saving there, one suggestion for you. This farm tax does not catch large companies and trusts. It just hammers the living daylights of our hard-working farmers and farm workers.
Thank you. Councillor Walters.
Thank you, Convener. With respect to my fellow councillors in the SNP who brought this forward, I'm a bit confused by this motion. Inheritance tax isn't just a tax on land, it's a taxation on inherited wealth passed from one family member to another. So it could include a business, a machinery or a home, etc. Inheritance tax also doesn't just affect agriculture, but other family-owned businesses and homes. So trying to link the two issues of inheritance and funding for farmers as they do in this motion is disingenuous. Concerned as we all are by the need for funding of the farming industry, I don't see what is meant by the link between funding and land mass. We are all in favour of a tax system that supports succession planning, and there is nothing in the changes to inheritance tax that make it less orderly. In fact, by removing the incentive to buy farmland for tax avoidance purposes, it will support the link between local farmers and the countryside. At a time when difficult decisions are needed to rebuild the country's public finances, it's just not credible for the SNP to ask the Council to lobby to say that agriculture should be the only business completely exempt from any inheritance tax whatsoever, no matter the value of a farm, whether it's 1 million or 20 million. If the SNP want to explore land taxation, perhaps they should look at their long-standing and completely failed promises to reform the council tax. Delay seems to be the default position here, as this is what they are asking us to lobby for yet again. To the second part of this motion, the exploring ways to devolve land taxation. Most taxes on property and land are already devolved, for example, council tax, land and building transactions tax. The only two land-related tax not currently devolved are inheritance tax and capital gains tax. There is currently nothing stopping the Scottish Government, for example, introducing a land value tax or replacing business rates or council tax with a land value tax. Bearing these points in mind, I would propose an amendment to this motion. This Council welcomes the increase in the Scottish devolved budget of £5.2 billion over the next 2 years as a result of the recent UK government budget, which will devolve the highest ever devolved budget settlement of £48 billion in 25-26, and agrees that the Scottish Government should use the recorded devolved settlement to ensure fair funding to Scotland's farmers to support food security, sustainable farming and environmental restoration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walters. Do you have a seconder for that? Councillor Dorward, do you want to speak to that?
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Councillor Walters. It's worth noting that Councillor Jameson often cites... Oops, it wasn't me. Is there a glitch in there? I won't take it personally. It's worth noting that Councillor Jameson often cites the need not to stoop to petty party politics when we're in committee. However, it's exactly what he's doing today with this motion. Whilst trying to appeal to every possible demographic, he actually fails to make any sort of rational argument on either land reform or inheritance tax. So some pertinent figures regarding the reintroduction of inheritance tax, which incidentally was only stopped 40 years ago under the Tory government in 1984. Prior to that, farmers did pay inheritance tax. 75% of farms claiming either agricultural property relief or business property relief will be unaffected by these changes, 75%. The top two of agricultural property relief, 37 claims, cost the taxpayer £119 million. The top 7%, the largest 117 claims, account for 40% of the total value of agricultural property. These aren't the families and small businesses, farms you see in our area, and they account for £219 million of relief, taking this money out of the tax system. Is that fair? Open rhetorical question. This tax will also stop those who are buying up farmland, contrary to what Councillor Bell said, and increasing the cost of farmland for farmers to use as a tax avoidance scheme. Additionally, You can make your point later, Councillor McGregor. Additionally, farmers will benefit from £5 billion being invested into farming over the next 2 years. Now, Councillor Bell said there's no investment into farms. Actually, there is. This is from a Labour UK government, and a £40 billion injection into our failing economies, which includes a £1.5 billion addition to Scotland, the highest block grant ever. Largest amount ever directed towards sustainable food production in this country's history as well. 60 million is being put into farming recovery, the Farming Recovery Fund, to help farmers with the impact of flooding, and 208 million is being used to protect the nation from outbreaks of serious disease that affect our farming industry and food security. I don't see much wrong with that. You know, it's interesting that we've been veering from we'll support D&G to not supporting Scotland or not supporting the UK. And I don't think D&G exists in a bubble unless the Tories and SNP groups on the D&G Council are willing to declare an independent republic in the region. I understand why we want to support our constituents, but due to the aforementioned Tory and SNP fiscal incompetence, how quickly we forget that. We have the lowest mean wage in Scotland and some of the highest fuel poverty and the highest child poverty figures in Scotland. And what we're forgetting is that 40 billion has been put into the economy from a UK Labour government. Nobody has mentioned that. It's almost as if we can, you know, reverse the lens and look at it from a D&G perspective when it's appropriate and look at it from a UK and Scottish perspective when it's appropriate as well. And I think the mistake that our Tory colleagues and SNP colleagues are making with the greatest respect is to only look at it from a D&G perspective or from the perspective of certain citizens in the region and not the region as a whole. I've seen nothing about raising child poverty, improving child poverty, reducing fuel poverty, and increasing the lowest mean wage in Scotland, which we've had on the table, by the way, since I joined the council, which was 2.5 years ago. Would the SNP prefer these measures not to be in place by asking the smallest but wealthiest landowners to pay a smaller than fair share, when they currently ask some of our lowest paid, and that is those earning over 28,000, to pay more tax by freezing tax thresholds and using fiscal drag to capture our frontline teachers, our nurses, our fire, police and prison personnel into the 42% tax bracket? In fact, employees living in Scotland with earnings between 43,000 and 50,000 have an effective marginal tax rate of 52% once national insurance is taken into account, compared to 30% in the rest of the UK, but not a peep about protecting them from our newly minted evangelical inheritance tax champions in the SNP. I support the amendment proposed by Councillor Walters. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to bring in Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks. I'm a wee bit late, but I was actually going to ask you about standing orders, how long you actually get to speak. But I'm a wee bit worried here. This is getting polarised into farmers. This isn't just about farmers. This is about small, medium enterprises, right? Of which this makes up the vast majority of the businesses, if you include farming in that, across Dumfries and Galloway. Take out the two main drivers, the NHS and the local authority, out of the budget. What have you got? The vast majority are small, medium enterprises. And, you know, we're not talking a lot of money here. If I picked this up right, it's £1 million if you're a sole trader. If you're in a partnership with two or more, it's £3 million. I think the figures didn't hang me if I'm wrong in that. But the point here is it's not really been thought through. I think that's what we're getting at. We're not having to dig at them so much. This is to be thought through properly. You know, and I mean, obviously I'm going to support the motion, but I think we just need to be open our eyes here to the whole of the economy in Dumfries and Galloway and what's got to be affected.
Thank you. Is there any further comments to be made? Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, just a quick one. I probably won't be the only one that's concerned that, you know, the state of Scotland at the moment, particularly with the education and health and low attainment and the figures, that why on earth would we want to actually explore ways to devolve even more powers to the Scottish Government on their current performance? So I'm just a little bit concerned that also the track record as well, you devolve it to the Scottish Government and then they keep it at the centre and don't actually devolve it back down to local government. So I'd be very wary of any suggestion that actually gives more powers to the Scottish Government because of the performance it's doing at the moment, and it has been doing over the last 14 years.
Thank you. Councillor Jimison, did you want to come back in? Thank you. Is there any further comment? No. Thank you. If you want to sum up, Councillor Jimison.
I'm going to go to lower myself to this absolute petty political point scoring. What I will say to Councillor Walters is that I don't know who wrote your script, but it's totally inaccurate, and it's not. And I'm happy to have a debate with you any time, but this is not the place for it. This is about the tax relief on farmland. It's quite specific, and it's 20% reduction on inheritance on large areas of land that farmers have bought themselves to increase the scale of their business. If we take away this, most farmers will avoid it, but it'll cost them because they'll have accountants and lawyers pouring all over it. They'll have to make decisions 20 years earlier than they would normally have done to pass it on to the next generation. Farming is... Most farmers' sons and daughters will go to university now to study, but a lot of their knowledge and understanding of farming is built up on the farm. I took over my father's farm with my brother, and we had to work tooth and nail to buy that farm off my father, so that he didn't pay inheritance tax, we didn't pay inheritance tax, and he had a house to live in. And that took away £30,000 a year away from us that we would invested in the business. The whole point is here, the farms in Dumfries and Galloway largely are family farms that have grown. They've had to buy land at extortionate prices to produce food, manage the landscape and the environment. It's frustrating for me, who knows about the farming industry, to hear spiel coming from people that clearly lack the understanding, the knowledge and insight into farming businesses, never mind businesses in general. The whole tone of this meeting has been dragged down. Linda has a wee pop at me because I try and fight against political stuff. As an SNP group, we try and do what's right and not what makes good politics. So I stand by this motion. I think it's the best for the farmers in Dumfries and Galloway and all the small businesses who were brought into this as well. Dumfries and Galloway Council has little impact on the farming community. This is something that we can do to show them that we have their interests at heart. So I stand by the motion as strongly as ever, and I reject some of the figures that have been thrown at us, obviously picked up from somebody that's looked briefly at the agricultural industry.
Oh, dear. Keith, Councillor Walters, just try and keep it brief. So there's a lot of ping pong going on here, and to be quite honest, I'm getting a bit tired of it.
I'll keep it brief. I'm very happy to have a discussion with Councillor Jameson about my knowledge of farming or not. But it does. He did start up by saying it's not about inheritance tax, but then he said the second line is delay any changes to inheritance tax. So I think we need to point out what's actually in his motion, and that's what I've responded to. Thank you.
Thank you. On that basis, we'll just move to the vote. We do have a motion and we have an amendment. So, Vlad?
Yes. Thank you. And I'll clarify, I believe we have the amendment. Yeah, if we just bear with us, members, and then we'll just clarify the amendment. Okay, members, in terms of the motion, that's as published and as moved by Councillor Jameson and seconded by Councillor Thompson. In regards to the amendment, as moved by Councillor Walters and seconded by Councillor Dorward, you'll see it on the screen. Is everyone clear on the motion and the amendment? Okay, I think we'll proceed to the roll call, so if you just bear with us, we'll swap screens. Okay, Convener?
Motion.
Deputy Convener?
Motion.
Councillor Bell?
Motion.
Councillor Beretti?
Motion.
Okay. So we delay in the system. Apologies. Yeah, Convener was motion. Deputy Convener was motion. Councillor Bell was motion, I believe. Yep. Then Councillor Beretti. Motion. Councillor Blake.
Motion.
Motion. Councillor John Campbell.
Motion.
Councillor Ian Carruthers.
Motion.
Councillor Dashbar.
Motion.
Councillor Davis.
Motion, please.
Councillor Dempster.
Motion.
Councillor Dennerley.
Amendment.
Councillor Dorward.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Drybrat.
Amendment.
Councillor Drysdale.
Motion.
Councillor Ferguson.
Motion, please.
Councillor Giusti.
Motion.
Councillor Hagman.
Motion, please.
Councillor Ingalls.
Motion.
Councillor Jameson.
Motion, please.
Councillor Maureen Johnson.
Motion.
Councillor Jordan.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Little.
Motion.
Councillor McFarlane.
Motion, please.
Councillor Marsh.
Motion.
Councillor Marshall.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Slater.
Motion.
Councillor Stevenson.
Oh, amendment, please.
Councillor Stitt.
Amendment.
Councillor Thompson.
Motion.
Councillor Walters.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Wilson.
Sorry, amendment, please.
Okay, and Councillor Young.
Motion.
Okay, as members will see, is 23 for the motion and 9 for the amendment. Therefore, the motion is carried.
Thank you, members. We now move on to the really fun part of the meeting, minutes for approval. So, the first one is the Castle Douglas Common Good Fund Subcommittee, 20th of November 2024. Councillor Drysdale, can you propose these?
Happy to approve.
Councillor John Young, can you second?
Happy to second.
Civic Government Licensing Panel, 1st of October 2024. Councillor Dorward, can you?
Happy to approve.
Councillor Little, can you second?
Happy to second.
Thank you. Economy and Infrastructure Committee, 5th November 2024.
Happy to approve.
Councillor Colours, can you second?
Happy to second, thank you.
Employment and Appeals Subcommittee, 9th of October 2024.
Move to approve.
I'm happy to second. Harbour Subcommittee, 14th of November 2024. Councillor Giusti. Oh, he's just left, that's helpful.
He's just left.
Councillor Dashbar, can you approve? Councillor Hagman, can you second?
Happy to second.
Thank you very much. Kakubri Common Good Fund Subcommittee, 20th November 2024.
Happy to approve.
Thank you. Andy McFarlane.
Happy to second.
Thank you very much. Nestdale Area Committee, 13th of November.
Happy to approve.
Thank you, Councillor Dempster. Review of Standing Orders Subcommittee, 14th of November.
Move.
Andy, can you second that?
Second.
Thank you. Sanka Common Good Fund Subcommittee.
Happy to approve, Convener.
Happy to second.
Thank you. Stewardship Area Committee, 20th of November.
Yeah, happy to approve.
Councillor
Happy to
Drysdale.
second.
Thank you. Central Common Good Fund Subcommittee. Common Good Fund Sub. Yeah, Councillor Dashbar, you happy to approve? David Ingalls.
Happy to approve.
Happy to second, yeah. 20th of November 2024. Tackling Poverty and Inequalities and Housing Subcommittee, 19th of November 2024.
Happy to move.
Councillor Davis, could you second that?
Second.
Thank you. Wigtown Area Committee, 6th November 2024.
Move.
Thank you. Councillor
Happy
Hagman.
to second.
Well, thank you very much. Item 16, minutes for noting, which is 16A to 16L. We're happy to note. Thank you. Any other business deemed urgent? I don't have any items of urgent business, and I'd like to thank you for all your contributions, but mainly I'd like to wish you all a very Merry Christmas, and I hope you all have a good rest and come back full of enthusiasm in January. Thank you.
I'll do my best.
Merry Christmas, Chair.